Chapter 1. Moo, quickly get up and get ready. It's already dawn. Village chief old Bu sat beside Moo's bed and shook Moo. Oh. Moo opened his eyes and sleepily looked at the few stars in the sky outside the window. The sky was not bright yet, and the rooster had not crowed yet. He smacked his lips and closed his eyes again. Moo, don't laze around in bed. Today is an extraordinary day. You are the second child in our flowing water village to become an immortal master in 10 years. We must go there early and try to leave a good impression on the immortal master. Village chief old Bu beamed with joy. Okay. Moo groggily replied as he pulled the quilt. Moo, you must work hard. Every year, I am mocked by the other villages. They say that our village is full of cowards. It is rare for a child to become an immortal master. You don't know how angry I am. Village chief old Bu was not convinced when he thought of that. Okay. Moo scratched his stomach. His voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. In the past 10 years, 5 children in the neighboring Ergoni village became an immortal master. That's an average of 1 every 2 years. Their rate of becoming an immortal is much higher than ours. That big village is even more impressive. It is said that they have at least 2 immortal masters every year. Look at them. In the past 10 years, they have 20 immortal masters, and we have only 2 in 10 years. Don't you think that's infuriating? Village chief old Bu rambled on. It was not clear whether Moo heard him or not. Infuriating. Moo turned over and mumbled. Don't sleep anymore. Hurry up and get up. I have to change your clothes and dress you up. When you become an immortal master in the future, you can't be too wasteful. Village chief old Bu looked at Moo's sleepy face with disappointment. This child had finally become the second person in 10 years to become an immortal master, but he was always so indifferent. He did not care at all about what it meant to become an immortal master. All right. Moo flipped over and stretched his leg out of the blanket to rest on village chief's thigh. He was drooling slightly. Just now, he dreamt of eating the delicious braised fish and was craving for it. Are you getting up or not? If not, I'm going to hit someone. Rise. Moo's eyes were still closed. Village chief old Bu had never hit him before. I made your favorite braised fish early in the morning. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Eat. Moo reflexively sat up. His eyes glowed as he wiped the saliva off the corner of his mouth. Then, under the gaze of old Bu, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Moo rushed to the kitchen in his underwear. This little foodie. Village chief old Bu shook his head helplessly as he picked up Moo's clothes from the chair and walked towards the kitchen. Village chief old Bu chuckled as he looked at Moo wolfing down his food. He patted Moo's head and said, becoming an immortal master is something that brings honor to your ancestors. You must work hard. Not everyone can become an immortal master. They can fly around and do anything. Even us mortals have to kneel down when we see an immortal master. When you finish your studies and come back, your status will be different. Last year, when Louis Yi from Diadian village came back from Chingsong school, Diadian village specially decorated the village with lanterns and colored banners. Fireworks and firecrackers filled the sky. I was very envious when I saw that. Ah. Yes, I remember that. That day, the fireworks and firecrackers burned down the granary. Their fire prevention awareness is too poor. Moo continued to eat the rice in his bowl and took big bites of the braised fish made by the village chief. This was his favorite. Everyone in the village knew that Moo was an orphan. More than 10 years ago, a pregnant woman came to the village and gave birth to him. When Moo was 2 years old, Moo's mother left without saying goodbye. No one would have thought that Moo's mother would be so heartless as to abandon Moo, who was only 2 years old. Fortunately, the village chief adopted him. Now that he was 12 years old, he met the requirements to enroll in the school. Yes. This shows that safety awareness is very important. Our village should also hold a fire drill next time to explain effective fire prevention measures to everyone. That's not the point. The point is that they have an immortal master. An immortal master, do you understand? The village chief realized that he was being led astray by Mu Yu. He immediately knocked on Mu Yu's head and changed the topic. Every year, people would come to the village to test the bone structure of the 12-year-old children. If they passed, they would be sent to the school in town. The school was cultivation. This world was not as simple as one imagined. Cultivation was the path to success. Great cultivators could break cliffs with a wave of their sleeves and move mountains to fill seas. Everyone longed to have the aptitude to cultivate. Everyone hoped that they could be ranked among the strong and pursue immortality to look down on the world. Mu Yu stuck out his tongue and muttered, "If that immortal master is so powerful, why didn't he cast some spells to put out the fire?" The village chief twirled his beard and was also somewhat puzzled. He slowly said, Maybe that immortal master's spell was still in the cooldown period. Aya, how would we know about the world of immortals? Maybe that day was not the auspicious day to cast the spell." Heh. Mu Yu laughed dryly. Casting spells needed to look at the almanac. The old man's imagination was quite wild. Mu Yu didn't want to cultivate, even though this was an opportunity that many people would kill to obtain. Mu Yu had his own reasons. No one in the village knew that Mu Yu often had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a figure like a Rakshasa ghost god. Human lives were like ants in the hands of that person. That person wantonly massacred humans. Blood flowed like a river and the people were in a terrible situation. In Mu Yu's dream, the sky was dark red, the moon was blood red, and the river was crimson red. Everything seemed to be for the sake of slaughter. When Mu Yu wanted to know who that Rakshasa ghost god was, he would always wake up at that time. Then, his whole body would be drenched in sweat. That Rakshasa ghost god is the so-called cultivator, right? Mu Yu thought like this in his heart. Therefore, he unconsciously resisted the cultivator. He himself did not know why he had this dream and also did not understand what this dream meant. He felt that it was better for him to quietly stay in this peaceful village. Being close to the village chief was enough. Becoming an immortal master might not necessarily be better than him. He thought like this, but the village chief did not think so. This old man doesn't have any extravagant hopes. I only hope that you can enter a good immortal sect and give our village chief some face so that I can raise my head in front of outsiders. The village chief rubbed his hands and said to Mu Yu with a face full of hope. Oh. Mu Yu picked up a piece of bacon and felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this kind of meat usually only available during festivals? Today was also not a festival. Mu Yu raised his head and suspiciously asked, "Grandpa village chief, why are you willing to cook bacon? If you leave like this, you won't be able to eat this old man's cooking for a long time. How can Grandpa be stingy?" The village chief patted Mu Yu's shoulder and said with a smile. Mu Yu was silent for a long time and looked around. The village chief did not have any children and had always treated Mu Yu as his own grandson. He was a kind person and had worked hard all his life. His wish was also very simple. Mu Yu laughed, "Don't worry, Grandpa. When I come back, you can also go around showing off." How could he refuse the wish of an old man? "Yes, next time when you come back, I will take you out to other villages for a walk. Let others broaden their horizons. Our village also has good seeds," the village chief said with a smile. Mu Yu blinked his eyes. Take him out. Walk. How did he become a mule? Grandpa village chief, it is to show off, to show off. Mu Yu kindly reminded. Yes, to show off. The village chief proudly said. Chapter 2. Amidst the long-winded chatter, Mu Yu finally burped and stretched in satisfaction. The old man had said a lot of things with a smile of exultation, but he didn't know how much Mu Yu had heard. He put down the bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'm going to help you chop the firewood." Mu Yu had to chop firewood for the village chief every day, so he couldn't eat for free. Although the village chief was simple and kind and didn't mind Mu Yu freeloading, Mu Yu couldn't live with it in his heart. But today, the village chief stopped him. The village chief said cheerfully, no need, I still have to bring you to town later. In the future, when you become an immortal master, this old man will have to kneel down and worship you. How would I dare ask you to chop firewood? Isn't kneeling down the same as kneeling to death? Grandpa, I'm still fine, Muyu said with a smile. Don't worry. In the future, I'll take care of Grandpa when you're old. If anyone dares to bully Grandpa, I'll raise my hand and beat them up. I don't need to wait for an auspicious day when I use magic. Go away. What kneeling to death? The village chief hurriedly waved his hand, but his face was still filled with gratification. Little child, with these words, this old man is much happier. Quickly go back and pack up. I'll bring you to the school in town later. In fact, Muyu didn't have anything valuable to pack. If there was anything valuable, it was probably only the blue stone he wore around his neck. At least, Muyu thought it was a rock because it was green and covered in moss. He originally thought it was a piece of jade. In the end, the village's old pedant said it was just an ordinary rock. If it was a rock, then it was a rock. It was left behind by his mother. Although Muyu didn't have any impression of his mother, he still habitually hung this blue stone around his neck. His clothes were all given to him by the kind-hearted people in the village. They were washed until they were white, but they still fit, so he simply packed 2 pieces of clothes and came back. He didn't expect that when he returned to the village chief's place, he would find many villagers already waiting there. Muyu, you really gave us face. Don't forget about us in the future. You're really promising. In a few years, I'll betroth my second daughter to you. Muyu, these are the shoes that Auntie sewed for you last night. Take care of yourself. There was finally a second person who could go to school in the village in 10 years. Many villagers came to see Muyu off. Muyu was very popular in the village, so everyone liked him very much. When he heard that the 10-year-old area was still sniffling, Muyu felt that it was still too early for him to get married. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Thank you, Uncle Pang. Thank you, everyone. I can't take it anymore. Muyu's hands seemed to be stuffed with all kinds of things. Clothes, socks, fruits, eggs. When he came to his senses, he realized that he was holding a rooster in his right hand. What the hell was going on? Did he really have to bring these things to the academy? Who was the one who gave him this rooster? Muyu was a little confused. In fact, all the simple villagers were like this. It was not easy for the village to have an immortal apprentice. Wouldn't they want to curry favor with him? He was distressed as he hugged the crumbling things in his arms and stuffed them all on the table in the village head's house. Looking at the messy scene, Muyu also had a headache. He shouted loudly, "Villagers, quiet first, quiet first. Don't talk, don't talk. Listen to the lecture of our future immortal master." Uncle Wang's voice was loud, and it took him a lot of effort to calm everyone down. Muyu smiled helplessly and said, "Villagers, you've been good to me. Muyu won't forget it. I can't take these things. You can take them back later. If I succeed in my studies in the future, I won't forget you. Thank you again." Under the crowd, Muyu finally squeezed out of the crowd and walked towards the entrance of the village with the village chief. The village chief happily walked in front and even hummed a little song. Muyu followed behind with a bitter expression. At the entrance of the village, there was a statue of a young man. Unfortunately, the carving was not very fine. It looked like the eyes were protruding and the nose was slanted. It was as ugly as it could be. The village chief stopped in front of the statue and solemnly bowed. His mouth was mumbling something, but no one knew what he was talking about. Muyu faintly heard the village chief say something like "Bless the village and immortal master above." How could Muyu not know about this ugly statue? 10 years ago, another child in this village became an immortal master. The villagers erected a statue for him, saying that they wanted to sing his praises and make him famous in the future. Muyu never understood what kind of merit this fellow had. He only took his parents away and had nothing to do with the rest of the village. Muyu. This is the immortal master from 10 years ago. The villagers have become successful, so naturally, we have to commemorate them. In the future, this old man will also erect a statue for you. What do you think? I'll burn incense for you every day. The village head turned to Muyu and said kindly after he finished nagging. Muyu immediately shook his head. No matter how he heard it, it sounded strange. Grandpa, don't mess around. You will always be my grandpa. How can a grandpa worship his grandson? Then I won't erect a statue. But what if this old man misses you? How about I find someone to draw your portrait and then hang it up and burn incense for you every day? The village chief said while stroking his beard. Hang a portrait and burn incense. Something didn't seem right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The two's village was located in the mountains. If they wanted to walk to the town, it would take half a day. The mountain road was rugged, and they also had to be wary of large wild beasts. Fortunately, a few villages in the mountains had jointly opened up a relatively safe and convenient mountain road. Therefore, as long as they didn't deviate from the main road, the wild beasts in the mountains wouldn't come and cause trouble. Muyu also knew about these things. He had also been to the town. Sometimes, the hunters in the village would need to bring their prey to the town to sell. Muyu had also played with them before, so he was not unfamiliar with this road. The two walked for a while and turned a corner. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear's waist came out from the side of a tree. Muyu knew this person. He was Old Jong, who made a living by hunting in the village. Village chief, are you bringing little Muyu to the town? Old Jong pulled a bow in his hand with an arrow marked on it. He looked a little vigilant as he asked. Yes, what's wrong? Didn't you go hunting early in the morning? Why did you come here? Village chief Old Bu asked. Generally speaking, there were no wild beasts in this area. Hunters usually went to another mountain to hunt, where there was more prey. Laro Jong put down the bow and arrow in his hand and said, We were chasing a grizzly bear. The grizzly bear was hit by an arrow and ran here. We don't know where it went now. Dalang and Erlang went to chase it. I'll stay here and remind everyone not to take this road. That won't do. I still have to bring Muyu to the academy. We can't waste time. If they did not take this road, they would have to take a long detour. Village chief Old Bu took the matter of becoming an immortal master very seriously. He would not delay his journey because of such a trivial matter. Then I'll escort you there. I'm worried about the two of you taking this road alone, Old Jong said. No, what if another villager takes this road later? You stay here. We'll go by ourselves. Old Bu waved his hand. But the two of you? Old Jong hesitated. What's wrong with the two of us? No matter what, I was a good hunter when I was young. I can even deal with 2 bears, let alone 1. Village chief Old Bu had not gone out hunting for many years, but he still had the experience of the past, so he did not admit that he was old. It's okay, Uncle Jong. I'll take care of the village chief. Muyu said with a grin. Although he had never really fought with a wild beast before, Muyu had learned a lot of experience when they chatted, so he was not afraid. Then, okay. You have to be careful, Old Jong said helplessly. I'm the one taking care of you. Let me tell you. You haven't really experienced hunting before. It's a skill. If you want to know whether a wild beast is easy to deal with, you have to look at its eyes first. Wild beasts also have intelligence, and you can read a lot of information from their eyes. Along the way, the village chief had been giving Muyu tutoring lessons, such as fire prevention, burglary, and demonic beasts. Then, he talked about the common principles of life, such as not being too serious, the outside world was dangerous, and learning to act according to other people's expressions, and a real man should know when to advance and when to retreat. Muyu could recite all of these like the back of his hand. The village chief often held lectures in the village when he had nothing to do, to teach the immature children about life. Muyu also liked to go, because there were free candies to eat. As for what the village chief was talking about, who knew? The two walked for a long time, but there was nothing strange in the surroundings. The village chief was still talking about his life experience, and he couldn't wait to impart all of his knowledge to Muyu. Muyu smacked his lips, already used to the calluses in his ears. That's why I'm telling you, if you have a conflict with someone, don't use your mouth if you can, and don't use your mouth if you have to. This is the most important part. The village chief was still tirelessly pouring out his life's experience to Muyu. Muyu picked his ears, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Then when should I make a move? When should I use my mouth? Muyu asked with a yawn. That's part of the question. You have to learn how to read people's expressions. If the other party is aggressive and unreasonable, then don't waste your breath, just directly attack them. Anyway, roar. At this moment, a huge grizzly bear suddenly roared and ran over from the end of the mountain road. Every step it took made the ground tremble slightly. The bear was as tall as two people, and its paws were even bigger than Muyu's face. It felt like even a piece of iron would be smashed into pieces with a single slap. There was an arrow stuck in the grizzly bear's chest. Muyu recognized that it was the bow they usually used for hunting. Muyu actually encountered it. At this moment, the grizzly bear was still bleeding. When it saw Muyu and the old man, the grizzly bear knew that they were easier to bully than the other hunters, so it immediately ran towards the two of them in anger. Grandpa Village Chief, the other party is aggressive, and there's no point in talking nonsense. So should we make a move? Muyu rubbed his hands together, and said with his eyes shining. Move aside, it's just a small bear. I'll shoot it through the heart. This arrow must be shot by Erlang. His arrow has no strength at all. I'm going to scold him when I get back. Village Chief Old Bu quickly took out a pocket-sized bow from his back. This bow was made by Old Bu himself, and he usually carried it with him when he went out. Although it was small, it was very lethal. Grandpa Village Chief, shoot its eyes. Muyu gestured with interest. Shoot, shoot my ass. Hurry up and run. I forgot to bring an arrow. Chapter 3. The village chief shivered and blamed himself for his carelessness. He quickly pulled Muyu and ran into the woods. He knew that they couldn't run along the mountain path. It was impossible for them to outrun the bear. Only through the woods could they get rid of it. The bear was injured, but it was still a strong beast. It was much faster than the two of them in the woods. It quickly locked onto their figures and gradually closed the distance between them. Grandpa, we can't outrun it. Muyu used to go hunting with the village's hunter uncle, so his stamina was very good. In fact, he was very experienced with bears. He had even thought of many ways to deal with this bear, but he rejected many of them. He was worried about something. After all, the village chief was old. After running for a while, he slowed down. Seeing that the bear was getting closer and closer, Muyu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. When a bear was injured, it would go crazy, especially when it saw these two thin and weak humans. It would be a fight to the death. At this time, even if they fell down and pretended to be dead, it would be useless. Erlang, shooting an arrow is like not shooting at all. The bear is not affected at all. The village chief panted and said, Muyu, you hurry up and run. Don't worry about me. Go to town by yourself. I won't leave you behind. In fact, Muyu wasn't very afraid of this bear. Perhaps ordinary children would be afraid, but Muyu was obviously not an ordinary child. He also had his own secrets. Muyu had never told anyone this secret, including his most respected village chief. Muyu frowned. He was thinking about something and seemed to be hesitating. In fact, he wasn't very worried about the upcoming danger. Instead, he was worried about something else. He didn't know how to explain it to the village chief. Perhaps no one could explain it to him. For Muyu, there were some things that were difficult to explain. Stop talking nonsense and run. I'll lure it away. Only then can one of us survive. You have to be a good immortal master and live up to everyone's expectations. As the village chief spoke, he stopped and turned around to run in the direction that Running Bear had come from. He was actually using himself as bait and sacrificing himself to buy time for Muyu to escape. Grandpa Village Chief. Muyu used the momentum to charge forward for a distance before stopping. When he turned around, he saw the grizzly bear raising its paw and smashing it down on the village chief's head. Muyu had forgotten many ways to subdue the grizzly bear. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem that important anymore. If something happened to the village chief, perhaps Muyu would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Bastard, don't hurt my grandfather. With an angry roar, a sharp rustling sound suddenly rang out in the forest, as if something had broken through the air. After a muffled sound, a huge boom resounded through the forest. The ground seemed to tremble a little. Dust filled the air, leaves swirled in the air, and birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew into the sky. The grizzly bear fell to the ground. There was not only a broken arrow in its chest, but also 2 brown roots as thick as a wrist. It was these 2 seemingly inconspicuous roots that had pierced the grizzly bear's body and nailed it to the ground. It was as if the grizzly bear's body was made of paper and could not withstand a single blow. The grizzly bear might not have thought that it would die so inexplicably. Perhaps a hunter's arrow could kill it, but how could it die from 2 roots? It was a beast with rough skin and thick flesh. The roots were not worth mentioning at all in front of it. The roots in front of the grizzly bear's chest were brown, mixed with a trace of soil and trickling blood. The twisted roots came from the air and formed an arch that stretched all the way to Muyu's feet. There was only a patch of soil under Muyu's feet, only covered by a mess of leaves. There was nothing unusual about it, but it was on this patch of soil that 2 roots grew out of it, very abruptly piercing the grizzly bear's heart. Muyu sat on the ground, panting heavily as if all his strength had been sucked out of him. His whole body was a little weak. His arms were stretched forward, and his palms were in a grasping position. It looked a little strange. The roots wrapped around his arms, as if they had been growing on Muyu's hands for a long time. The village chief opened his eyes and climbed up from the ground in horror. He had dealt with a lot of beasts when he was young, so he naturally knew what would happen if the grizzly bear slapped him. He could even imagine the scene of his head being smashed and then blooming. He thought he was dead, but he did not expect the roots to come out of nowhere to wrap around his waist and pull him back. The other 2 roots pierced through his head, and then the grizzly bear fell straight down and gradually died. The village chief turned around and saw Muyu's strange posture. If he still could not figure out what was going on, then he would have lived for so long in vain. His face suddenly turned pale. Compared to the threat he had just received, Muyu had brought him more shock. You, the village chief's eyes widened and he took 2 steps back. He looked at Muyu in disbelief. His eyes did not show the joy of surviving a disaster, but shock and fear. It was as if he had seen a terrifying monster. Even when the grizzly bear wanted to kill him, he did not show such a look. He saw the roots wrapped around Muyu's arm. Even at that moment, they were moving rhythmically around Muyu's arm. This scene made the village chief look like a demon. Muyu pursed his lips. He looked at the village chief and did not know how to explain all of this. He was not afraid of the grizzly bear. He often went deep into the mountains and forests, and he had seen many beasts. He could use trees to bind all kinds of beasts tightly, but he had never told the villagers about this because it was not normal. If the village chief had not risked his life to protect him, he would not have killed the grizzly bear so easily. At least, he would not have killed the grizzly bear in front of the village chief. You can control trees. You and human, what is your relationship? The village chief's body trembled slightly. When he spoke of the human devil clan, his eyes flashed with a trace of fear and hatred. It was as if the human devil clan was a kind of bandit who burned, killed, and plundered. It was disgusting. But in the village chief's eyes, bandits were kinder than human. Muyu lowered his head. He did not know what relationship he had with human. He had never seen a human before. He did not even know what a human was. But he had heard of the human. In fact, other than not having seen it with his own eyes, his understanding of the human was probably second only to the village chief. How could he not have heard of the evil human that the village chief talked about every day? Chapter 4. Human are the most evil beings in the world. Their goal has always been to exterminate humans. Wherever they exist, there will be misery and suffering. So why are there immortals among humans? These immortals cultivate powerful spells to fight against human and exterminate human. Therefore, all of you must work hard and become the immortals in the legends. Exterminate human and protect humans. When Muyu was still wearing open-crotch pants, the village head always liked to pull a group of children together and tell them about the outside world. The village head's philosophy was to instill common sense from the beginning, so he gathered all the children in the village to tell them stories when they were young. Grandpa Village Chief, what does a human look like? Many children were not afraid. Even though the village chief described the human to be magical, To the children, it was just a story. Human. Human look fierce. They also have 2 hands and 2 feet, but they are different from humans. They have repulsive faces and are easy to recognize. But don't worry, many years ago, the human devil clan has already been chased away by our immortal masters. I only saw them once when you were young. Human. Some of the human devils are green, like toads that have been marinated for a long time. Some of the human devils are black, like bears. Some of them are blue, but this one looks pretty good. The others are yellow, like the poop that Eggface just pooped. The village chief pointed at the 2-year-old Eggface and said, "Ha ha ha." The innocent children laughed. Only Moo asked seriously, "What's so powerful about human?" The village chief rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Human. Different colors have different abilities. The red human that has been scalded can control fire. They specialize in setting fire to houses. They are the most hateful. Those pitch-black human devils could control iron, such as hoes and sickles, and they would snatch them away. As for the blue human demons, they can control water and turn it into ice to destroy our crops. As for the yellow human demons, they can control soil and rocks. In the past, I have personally seen many people being buried by flying sand and rocks. As for the green human demons, they can control trees and crops, causing us to have no food to eat. Human are very powerful. Some human are so powerful that even immortals can't do anything to them. Then, can we control trees, flames, and the like?" At that time, little Moo's expression was a little strange. He clenched his little hands. The village chief thought that he was afraid and didn't pay much attention. "We can't control these things. If we can, then there's an 80% chance that they are human in disguise. Everyone, be careful," the village chief said seriously. "But Grandpa Village Chief, where are those human? We want to see them too." Some of the curious children didn't know what human meant. They only thought that the village chief's description was very interesting. Even if these things weren't friendly, why would children care about that? The village chief waved his hand. "Don't even think about it. Human. We don't have them in our village, but there are some outside. They specialize in eating children." The village chief made a fierce face, scaring the curious children. At that time, only little Moo lowered his head, not daring to look at the village chief. And now, Moo also lowered her head, not daring to look at the village chief who had just survived the disaster. Moo had known that he had the ability to control trees since he was a child. However, the story of the village chief had given him a great shock. Moreover, he was an orphan. Therefore, he had never dared to reveal his ability. He was afraid that he would be regarded as a member of the Yu-Meng clan. Becoming an immortal master was the dream of many people, but not him. He was afraid of his ability and was afraid that people would look at him with disdain. "You human. You're so bad. You're the human. Your whole family are human." When he was young, the children in the village would occasionally call each other human when they quarreled. Human became an insulting term. Every time, Moo would intentionally or unintentionally avoid this word. He didn't have parents since he was young, so he would occasionally wonder if he was really a human. He would pull at his face, but he didn't remove any disguise. He was a person who could bleed, and his skin wasn't colorful. "I'm not a human," Moo said softly. He rarely used this ability. If it wasn't to save the village chief today, he wouldn't have rashly shown his ability in front of him. However, using this ability meant that the village chief already knew that he was related to human, and he didn't know how to explain it. The village chief's face was uncertain. He wiped his sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. He took a step back, then took another step forward. He stopped, and hesitated. Then he suddenly sighed. He walked over to pat Moo on the head and said, "Silly child, of course you're not a human. I watched you grow up. If you were a human, then we would have been dead a long time ago, right?" Moo suddenly raised his head and looked at the village chief in disbelief. This old man had often told them how evil the Yu-Meng Devil clan was and how much people hated them. The Yu-Meng Devil clan was the most ferocious species in the world. If they met the Yu-Meng Devil clan, they would fight to the death. But he believed him? I don't know why I can control trees, it seems, it's natural. Moo didn't know, and very few people probably knew, that controlling trees was human's ability. How could a human have that kind of ability? The village chief didn't know either. He was afraid of human, but how could this child be a human? Moo ran around the village naked when he was young. If he was a human, would this village be so peaceful? The village chief wasn't an ignorant person. On the contrary, he was knowledgeable, kind, and knew many things. Their village was just an ordinary village, so why would a human hide in the village for so many years? The village chief thought of Moo's mother. Perhaps this was the reason why Moo's mother left him. Perhaps that woman already knew about Moo's ability, so she chose to leave. Could it be that Moo's father was a human? The village chief denied his own thought. Human couldn't mate with humans. In many people's eyes, human were emotionless. They only knew how to kill, and they lived to destroy the human world. Their power was mutually exclusive to humans, so it was impossible for a human to produce offspring with a human. Moo didn't have any human's characteristics. His body was that of a normal child, and the village chief was sure of that. Maybe my father is from the human devil clan. Moo had such a thought, because this matter itself was not normal. Who was his father? Who was his mother? Which parent would be so heartless to leave their child? The village chief sat down beside Moo and said kindly, "Oh, I don't know either, but I'll teach you one last lesson. We can't decide our birth, but we can decide our life. The important thing isn't what power you have, but how you use it." But the village head paused for a moment, and his tone became very serious. "No matter what, you can't let others know about this ability. If this old man hadn't watched you grow up and understood your character, I wouldn't have trusted you so easily. But other people don't understand you, and they won't be as easy to talk to as me." Moo's heart was warm. The village chief had always been a reasonable old man. This was one of the reasons Moo respected him. The old man had taught him how to be a kind person since he was young. Even though Moo always complained that he was too long-winded, he listened to most of his advice. The haze in Moo's heart was swept away. He glanced at the village chief's pants, and there was a wet patch. He thought that the old man also had such an embarrassing side. "Grandpa village chief, you seem to have peed in your pants." "Nonsense, why don't you try to fight with a big bear? Good Lord, if I didn't hold it back, you wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily." The village chief stood up as if nothing had happened, and then began to look around. It seemed that he was going to find a place to wash up. Yes, you're the best." Moo chuckled, and then he struggled to get up. He put his hand on a birch tree next to him, and the various plants in the forest gave him feedback. He then pointed in a direction and said, "Grandpa village chief, there's a small stream over there." The village chief looked suspiciously at Moo, but he didn't ask any questions and quickly walked over. Moo not only could control trees, but he could also merge with them. The trees could even become his eyes and ears, and he could use the trees to investigate the surrounding situation. He had never mentioned this to anyone before. Thinking about how the village chief trusted him, he felt that his previous worries were unnecessary. If he could, he would rather stay in the small mountain village and listen to the village chief tell him stories every day. Chapter 5. Although Moo had been to a town before, he still felt a sense of novelty when he came here again. A town was different from a village. Although a village had more than 100 families, its prosperity could never be compared to a tenth of a town. The streets were bustling with people. Moo and the village chief stood in the middle of the crowd. They looked exactly like country bumpkins. The village chief kept looking around. After he got older, he rarely came to town. He was looking for the location of the school. After confirming the location, he brought Moo into the crowd. This school is jointly opened by the 4 big sects. It is specially used to select children who have the qualifications to become an immortal master. Every year, the school will send people to each village to test whether the 12-year-old children have the potential to become an immortal master. After that, they will all report to the school together. After that, the sects will come here to select people. If they are chosen by a big sect, then their life will be worth it. It is a pity that our village only has 2 people including you in the past 10 years. The village chief always felt that becoming an immortal master was a very sacred profession. Unfortunately, the requirements were too harsh. Not everyone had the potential to cultivate. Muyu thought back to the young man who came to the village a few days ago to test his bone structure. That young man was also a so-called immortal master. He was cold and arrogant, making others feel that they couldn't afford to offend him. Even after he tested that Muyu had the potential to cultivate, he remained indifferent. He only asked the village chief to send Muyu to the academy in town before leaving. That arrogant and lofty attitude of his made Muyu feel disgusted. After becoming an immortal master, will I become very cold? Muyu asked. The village chief thought about it and said, I don't know. Immortal masters are usually high and mighty. They naturally have nothing to say to us mortals. You will also become an immortal master in the future. At that time, won't you know? Muyu thought about the child who became an immortal master 10 years ago. He was already a young man now. When he came back last year, he was also full of pride and arrogance. Even the village chief had to listen to him respectfully. Muyu heard that immortal masters had to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He was not willing to become that kind of person. Oh, isn't this village chief old Bu of Flowing Water Village? A deep voice came from behind Muyu and the others. This voice was full of energy, and Muyu had never heard it before. The village chief was stunned for a moment. His face was a little unhappy, but he still turned his head and forced a smile. He nodded and said, It's the Big Tiger Village's Big Tiger Village chief. What a coincidence. Not at all. I'm here to bring a few kids to the academy. What are you doing here, village chief old Bu? In front of him was a burly man with a curly beard. Muyu felt that he was almost as big as the big grizzly bear they met in the morning. This was Dahu, the village chief of Big Dot Village. Every year, at least 2 children in their village were tested to have the potential to cultivate, which made the people of other villages very envious. Village chief old Bu also often mentioned this matter. After all, Flowing Water Village only had 2 children every 10 years. The rate of becoming immortal was really not comparable to theirs. Our village also has a new kid today. I'm also bringing him to the school. The village chief tried his best to straighten his back and proudly put his hand on Muyu's shoulder. Oh, really? Our village has 4 this year. Dahu pulled the 4 very strong children behind him to the front and said arrogantly, There are 4 children in your village? The village chief was a little surprised. He felt that it was unfair. His village only had 1 kid every 10 years, but other people had at least 2 every year. This year, there were 4. This was too much. How did they cultivate these kids? Yes. We're lucky this year. We have 4 kids. The county chief was so happy that he exempted our village from taxes for half a year, Dahu said proudly. Village chief old Bu was speechless. If there was a kid in the village who could become an immortal master, then even the county chief would take extra care of him. Every year, at least 2 children in Big Dot Village were selected by the major sects, which was also very valued by the county chief. The reduced taxes made many transactions more convenient. Now, Big Dot Village had become the richest village near Flowing Water Mountain. It's hard to say which sect he can enter. Our village's Muyu's aptitude is very good. He will definitely enter Chingsong School. The village chief touched Muyu's head and said unhappily, That's not necessarily true. How can a major sect like Chingsong School be so easy to enter? I see that your village's kid is so thin and weak. It would be good if he could enter a second-rate sect. There's no harm in telling you a secret. A few days ago, when the immortal master tested Little Tiger's root bone, he had a very surprised expression. At that time, he even told me to bring Little Tiger with me. What was the immortal master's expression when your kid was tested? Haha. Goodbye. Dahu looked at the thin and small Muyu with ridicule. Little Tiger was next to Dahu. Little Tiger looked at Muyu with arrogance. He didn't put Muyu in his eyes at all. Big Tiger mocked village chief old Bu again, then left with the 4 strong children in big strides. Village chief looked at their departing figures with an ugly expression. Being looked down upon by them made him furious. He thought about it and remembered that the immortal master was expressionless at that time and didn't even bother to say a word. Muyu, you have to work hard. You must enter one of those first-rate sects. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. The village chief's mustache rose and fell as he looked at Muyu with hope. Muyu nodded helplessly. He knew that there were 4 major sects in the school. They were the Qingsong School, the Jiuhua School, the Yang Mountain Sect, and the Wu Wen School. As long as one could enter one of these 4 sects, it would be equivalent to bringing honor to one's ancestors. Not to mention being chosen by the head of the 4 major sects, the Qingsong School. No one knew how they selected their disciples. According to the village chief, every year, all the children with cultivation talent would be sent to the school. Then each sect would send someone to select their favorite disciple. As for how they chose, the village chief didn't know. He said that it might be because the child was pleasing to the eye. At that time, Muyu's talent didn't attract the immortal master's attention. Therefore, he knew that he wouldn't be any better. However, entering a second-rate sect was still not bad. If he performed well, he might be able to enter a first-rate sect. Muyu didn't like Dahu's proud face. He also hoped that he would be chosen by a first-rate sect. At that time, he would be able to enjoy Dahu's shocked and jealous expression. Village chief Old Bu and Muyu were shuttling through the endless stream of people. The sound of hawking on the street rose and fell one after another. Finally, the 2 of them stopped in front of a magnificent red house. Muyu had never seen such a magnificent house. Precious black robe-wood carvings of dragons and phoenixes were built into 2 magnificent pillars. At the entrance, there was a lifelike dragon carved out of stone. It was painted blue. Its 2 bell-like eyes were majestic and lifelike. It seemed to be able to scare away all Evilders, making people not dare to look at it directly. The vermilion red door was open. It was solemn and had a bit of floating dust. It was completely different from the surrounding architectural style. At the door sat 2 young people wearing blue robes. Their attire was completely different from ordinary people. They were obviously immortal masters. They just sat there calmly with their eyes closed. Presumably, ordinary people wouldn't dare to disturb them. Chapter 6. Muyu had never thought that there would be so many people here. There was a hubbub of voices and people pushing each other. There were white-haired old men, hunters in animal skins, villagers in sackcloth, beautiful young girls and graceful women, middle-aged men dressed like scholars. There were all kinds of people. The only similarity was that every adult had a child who was about the same age as Muyu. It seemed that they were all here to send their children to the school. Some of the children's aunts and uncles seemed to have come. They surrounded their children and kept talking about something with a proud expression on their faces. Presumably, it was something worth celebrating that there was someone in their family who could become an immortal master. Look, an immortal master who can fly. Oh my God. So awesome. My little fatty can also fly in the sky and burrow into the ground in the future, right? At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people couldn't help but look up at the sky. 3 people stepped on flying swords and flew over. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The leading young man was gentle and elegant. His clothes were whiter than snow, and there was a golden ribbon around his waist that moved with the wind. The flying sword under his feet was silver, and it looked incomparably noble under the sunlight. This man was very handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a dragon among men. With a smile on his face, people couldn't help but feel close to him. Next to him was a woman in purple. Her clothes were fluttering like dust. Her skin was as smooth as cream, like a lotus flower rising out of the water. She was fresh and beautiful, like a fairy from heaven. The other man was wearing grey clothes and holding a black bamboo folding fan. His movements revealed a kind of otherworldly aura. The appearance of these 3 people made many people excited. Even the 2 young men sitting at the door opened their eyes and stood up. The 3 people slowly landed at the door. The flying swords under their feet had already disappeared. The two young men at the door cupped their hands and greeted the three people. The three people didn't lose their manners and greeted them back. Senior brother Bai, almost all the other sects have arrived. You are in charge of the school selection. Please go in quickly, the man in green clothes said respectfully. Obviously, the three people who came had a much higher status than him. Sorry to keep you waiting. The young man in white clothes nodded gently and then stepped into the school gate with the other two people. I know this person. This young man in white is a top student of Chingsong School. He has extraordinary talent and is the leader of the younger generation. That girl in purple is probably the apple of the eye of the headmaster of Chingsong School, isn't she? Yes. The fact that Chingsong School can be ranked first among the 4 major schools shows how powerful they are. The crowd was discussing animatedly. They were all talking about the famous sect, the Pine Tree sect. The headmaster of Chingsong School, Taoist Chingsong, had an unfathomable cultivation level. He was recognized as the most powerful immortal master, and the other sects had no choice but to respect him. Everyone hoped that their children could enter Chingsong School. It was definitely a great honor. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would bring honor to their ancestors. Mu Yu, this old man hopes that you can enter Chingsong School. If you can't, at least enter a slightly better school. You have to perform well. The village head looked at the 3 young people walking into the school with awe. Only then did he instruct Mu Yu earnestly and help Mu Yu tidy up his clothes. Mu Yu blinked his eyes. What kind of performance did he have to perform to be noticed by her? Who knew how they chose their disciples? However, looking at the village head's eager expression, Mu Yu could only nod firmly. He had to show the old man his determination first. As for whether the old man wanted him or not, that was another matter. Everyone, please be quiet. Now, let the children who meet the requirements come over. They only need to touch this stone. Adults, stay where you are. You are not allowed to cross this line. The young man casually drew a red line on the ground. Although his voice was low, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone quieted down. They did not dare to offend the immortal master's dignity. Can I go in just like this? Mu Yu looked at the white stone on the table next to the young man. He recognized this stone. A few days ago, the cold and arrogant immortal master used this stone to test the children in the village. When he put his hand on it, the white stone lit up. It must be used to screen and determine whether the children had the potential to cultivate. Some people couldn't wait to squeeze forward, afraid that they would be left alone. However, no one dared to be presumptuous in front of the immortal master. They all lined up obediently. Many children put their hands on the stone, and the stone would light up. Then, the young man would let them go in. You are not qualified. Go back. The young man stopped a nervous child. The child stammered, not knowing what to do. He just put his hand on the stone, and the stone did not change. Obviously, he did not have the potential to cultivate, but he wanted to fish in troubled waters and run in. I repeat, don't take any chances. If your child has the potential to cultivate, then he does. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. Don't waste our time. Otherwise, I won't be polite. The young man said sternly. His voice seemed to have a special penetrating power, making people feel awe. Naturally, many parents were envious that their children could become immortal cultivators. Even though their children had long been tested to have no cultivation aptitude, they still came here to try their luck. What if there was something wrong with the stone during the first test? Maybe a miracle would happen if they tried again. Many people were unwilling, but the immortal master's methods were quite clever. Even if they were unwilling, it was useless. When the young man shouted, many people couldn't help but take a step back. It seemed that it was not a good thing to provoke the immortal master. Originally, the immortal master would go to each village for the test to prevent many unqualified children from crowding in front of the school. It could be considered as the first round of screening, and this was only a confirmation. It could save a lot of effort. The young man stared at the child. How could a child have seen the world? Coupled with the majesty of the immortal master, the child's face flushed red and his eyes filled with tears. Then, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. He quickly ran to his parents. His parents' faces were also gloomy as they hurriedly took their child and left. Most of the children went in through the induction of the white stone in front, leaving many parents who were looking forward to it. The village chief touched Moo Yu's head reluctantly and said, "Go, be good and remember, don't let others know that you have that ability." The village chief whispered the last sentence in Moo Yu's ear. Moo Yu felt sad. His departure meant that he might not be able to see the village chief for a long time. He felt quite sad. Moo Yu hugged the village chief, then squeezed through the crowd and walked forward. "I wonder what will happen after I become an immortal master." Moo Yu thought of the immortal master in the village. He went there 10 years ago and came back last year. When he came back, he was a different person. His parents almost didn't recognize him. Chapter 7. In reality, there were very few children who could cultivate. Although there was a large crowd at the entrance, most of them were accompanied by the children's relatives. After all, this was a major event that could change a child's life, so they couldn't be careless. There were about 400 to 500 children who had the potential to cultivate. Moo Yu was currently standing in a large courtyard. There were a few trees around him, but there were no other adults. Only a middle-aged immortal master was there to maintain order among the children. Although the children were mischievous, everyone seemed to be slightly nervous in this kind of situation. Especially in the immortal master's territory, everyone was well behaved and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. How would they decide which sect they would go to? If no sect wanted him, then should he be sent home? This was everyone's question, including Moo Yu. If no sect wanted them, then it would be too shameful for them to be sent back. Moo Yu could even see the disappointed look on the village head's face. The village head said that the selection might be based on who was pleasing to the eye. Moo Yu quickly tidied up his clothes and smoothed out his messy hair. This was very difficult because Moo Yu didn't have parents to help him dress up like the other children. He didn't even wash his hair, not to mention that he was chased by a big grizzly bear just now. His whole body was dirty. He was a little regretful. When the village head was washing his pants by the stream, he should have also washed himself. "I heard that we will be fighting with the beasts later. Whoever performs better will be chosen by the immortal master." A chubby little boy saw that the middle-aged immortal master had left, and he solemnly said, This can't be right. How can we beat the wild beasts?" A skinny boy who looked malnourished bitterly swung his arms and found that he didn't have enough strength. "My brother said that the test later will be very harmful. If we're not careful, we will become idiots." A little girl with 2 braids said timidly. Her left index finger pulled on her right index finger tightly, appearing very nervous. "That's because your brother is jealous that you can cultivate and he can't," the little fatty said disdainfully. "They're going to test whether or not we know immortal spells later, you bunch of country bumpkins." A well-dressed boy glanced at this group of people. He came from a wealthy family. As a rich young master, he was proud and arrogant. Naturally, he looked down on these people from the countryside. Little Fatty was unhappy. He asked, "How can we know any immortal spells? Don't tell me you know how to do it." The young master snorted and said, "Of course I do. You bunch of country bumpkins, look carefully. My teacher is a powerful immortal master. He taught me specially. You have an immortal master as your teacher. Good heavens. Your father is too amazing." Many people felt that this was inconceivable. They immediately made space for the young master. They all wanted to see how the young master used the immortal technique. The young master listened to the exclamations of the others and enjoyed it very much. He proudly shook his wrists and then clasped his hands together. His index fingers stretched out and touched each other as he muttered something. At the same time, he shook his head as if he was thinking about something. "What are you blabbering about?" Little Fatty still did not believe him. "Country bumpkin, don't you know that immortal masters have to chant incantations to use immortal techniques? Don't affect me." After the young master finished speaking, he changed his posture. He half squatted and raised his butt high. This time, He even raised his voice so that everyone could hear him clearly. Lord Lao's command is as fast as the law. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, follow my command. It sounded like it was the real deal. This well-rehearsed command frightened some of the children. Some of them even looked at the young master in awe, their hearts filled with worship. Isn't this the incantation that the old woman next door who dances around chants every day? Don't tell me that your teacher is also someone who dances around. Little Fatty muttered. Muyu held back his laughter. He had also heard of these two commands. Last time, when the village heard that there was a ghost, they specially invited a mage to perform a ritual. That immortal master also chanted these two commands. At that time, he sprinkled water and spat fire, scaring the villagers. The young master ignored Little Fatty. His face was flushed red. His two index fingers were tightly pressed together and then he pointed to the ground. After a while, his hand moved forward. There was only a light poochy sound. Something between the young master's index fingers streaked across the air, creating a gust of air that sprayed on the ground. The dust on the ground was blown away, leaving behind a shallow mark. Wow! So powerful. How did you do it? Many people opened their eyes wide. Although this mark was at most a fingernail-sized hole, and the ground was soft sand, but after all, it appeared out of thin air. Naturally, many people were extremely shocked. The way they looked at the young master changed. I already said that this is a very powerful immortal technique. You guys still have a long time to learn it. My teacher is an expert. The young master said proudly. Muyu also felt a little surprised. Why did his finger spray out a gust of air? Where did this gust of air come from? Could it be that his teacher was really an expert? If they were going to test the immortal technique later, then wouldn't only the young master be able to pass? Many people began to imitate the young master's gestures. When the young master said that he was going to test the immortal technique, they believed 70% to 80%. Some people even began to panic. Little Fatty curled his lips and said unconvinced, "Isn't it just a fart with a finger? What's so great about it?" However, his actions still betrayed him. He also walked to the side and secretly imitated the young master. He tried to see if he could also release a gust of air from his finger. Soon, the courtyard was filled with scattered murmurs. Taishang Laojun is hurried, 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 hurried. No, no, hurried, hurried. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, no, no, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, earth. How do you say it? Children had rich imaginations. Everyone was chanting the so-called incantation. Some people didn't hear it clearly and made it up. Muyu even heard some of the incantation "Open Sesame." He didn't know what it meant. Why was it "Open Sesame" and not "Open Sesame"? Muyu didn't like to eat sesame. Looking at everyone's nervous expressions, Muyu felt relieved. After all, he wasn't the only one here who didn't know the so-called immortal technique. Many people didn't know it. If it was a test of immortal technique, then a large number of people would fail. Therefore, it must be another test and not the one the young master said. What are you all doing? All of you, stand properly. At this time, the middle-aged immortal master came back from somewhere. He saw a group of children doing the same strange actions and chanting. He frowned and scolded them loudly. He thought to himself, children are indeed children. They can't change their mischievous nature. Everyone quickly stopped in embarrassment and quickly lined up to listen to the immortal master's lecture. When the middle-aged immortal master saw that everyone was standing properly, he said, "The test is next. Follow me. Don't push. Follow the order." The middle-aged immortal master turned and walked to the other side of the courtyard. There was an arched door. The middle-aged immortal master pushed the door open and the others followed in. They came to another spacious place. This place was very spacious. There was an empty space in the middle. There were circular stairs around the empty space. There were seats on each of the stairs. At this moment, dozens of people were sitting there. They were majestically scanning the children who walked into the empty space. There were old and young people among these people. Some of them had gorgeous appearances and were dressed in bright clothes, while others were dressed in plain clothes. They looked like real experts, but no matter who they were, the aura they exuded was enough to shock these ignorant children. After all, these people were high and mighty immortal masters. No one had ever seen so many immortal masters. These immortal masters sat there and glanced at the children. The faint pressure made many of the children's hearts palpitate. Was this the power of immortal masters? Everyone was faintly excited. After all, if everything went smoothly, they would become one of these immortal masters. The immortal masters also began to whisper to each other. They would occasionally point at each other. It was clear that they were talking about the aptitude of this year's disciples. Did they see who was special? Muyu thought to himself. He hoped that one of the immortal masters would be able to look at him for a while. Now, the test is about to start. Follow the line I just arranged for you. Walk up to the stage one by one. Someone will tell you what to do. The middle-aged immortal master said with a straight face. Everyone looked at the place the middle-aged immortal master pointed at. It was located in the center of the empty space. It was like a stage. The only difference was that there was a huge stone placed on the stage. There was a table next to it. A white-haired old man was sitting at the table. There were signs on the table, but no one knew what they were for. Chapter 8. At this time, a handsome figure floated out from the audience and gracefully landed on the stage. His body was as light as a feather, causing many children to be fascinated by him. This person was the Qingsong School's top disciple, Bai Liang. Bai Liang's appearance caused the whispering immortal masters to quiet down. After all, he was the head disciple of the Qingsong School, the leader of the four great sects. His cultivation was also outstanding, and this time, he represented the Qingsong Taoist to preside over the selection of disciples. No one dared to underestimate him. Even the white-haired old man sitting next to the table stood up and respectfully stood to the side. Greetings, fellow Taoists and seniors. Recently, my master had an epiphany and is in seclusion. He specifically instructed me to preside over the selection of disciples. If there are any inadequacies, please forgive me. Bai Liang cupped his hands towards the other immortal masters and said, "Don't mention it, nephew Bai, please do as you please." The Qingsong Taoist is a person of virtue and prestige, so his disciple must be extraordinary as well. A bald middle-aged man lightly said. Nephew is too polite. The Qingsong Taoist's seclusion seems to have improved his cultivation. This is truly worthy of celebration, a red-faced old man from the audience said. Thank you, senior. Then, this junior will announce the official start of today's selection. Fellow Taoists, please use your wisdom to find your favorite disciple. Bai Liang bowed towards the red-faced old man. It was clear that this red-faced old man's identity was not ordinary. Bai Liang straightened his body and then slowly said, "The Academy's disciple test that is held once a year officially begins now. According to the rules of the previous years, the Stone Spirit Mountain's quota will determine who will be the first to pick a disciple. Last year's first place went to our Qingsong School. Today, Qingsong School will be the first to choose 5 disciples, followed by Jiuhua School, Unwen School, Yang Mountain Sect. Every school will first choose 5 disciples, and each school can only choose 2 disciples of the same level. The rest of the disciples can be freely chosen." Bai Liang began to recite the names of a large number of schools. In total, there were about 20 schools. The names of these schools were all different. Muyu couldn't remember so many schools. He only remembered the first 4 schools. Perhaps the one that left the deepest impression on him was Qingsong School. If he could become Bai Liang's junior brother, it would be a very good thing. The last one is the Falling Dust Sect. Only the weakest will be ranked last. I definitely cannot enter the Falling Dust Sect, otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Little Fatty clenched his fists and said. Everyone knew that the last ranked school was definitely the weakest. Even if they entered, they wouldn't have any future prospects. However, many people believed that the Falling Dust Sect was still a fortuitous opportunity. At the very least, they could cultivate. If no one wanted them, then it would be the most embarrassing. When Bai Liang read out the names of the schools, some people snorted. Over the years, the most powerful school, Qingsong School, would be the first to pick disciples. They would pick all the disciples with good aptitudes, and then the rest of the disciples with average aptitudes would be distributed among the other schools. The 4 great schools would be able to get suitable disciples, and the remaining schools could only pick some disciples with mediocre aptitudes. Needless to say, the last place was the leftover from everyone's selection. If this continued, the schools would never be able to develop. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. This school was originally established by the 4 great sects. In order to recruit better disciples, the other schools couldn't say anything even if they had complaints. This was because no one dared to challenge the prestige of the 4 great sects. Not to mention, the number 1 sect, the Qingsong Taoist, had an unfathomable cultivation base. How could an ordinary sect offend him? In the cultivation world, the best age to cultivate was 12 years old. Even if a test was conducted before the age of 12, it would be very difficult to truly test a child's aptitude. Therefore, it was impossible for many sects to find disciples with good aptitudes. Unless every sect was willing to spend a lot of effort to go to various villages and towns every year to find 12-year-old children, this would take a lot of time. Moreover, they might not be able to find a suitable one. If they specifically sent people to find disciples with good aptitudes, it would delay this person's cultivation. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. In addition, there were very few people who could cultivate. Therefore, those sects without strength could only choose to recruit disciples from the schools established by the 4 great sects. This made people feel quite helpless. Although each disciple's aptitude was different, it didn't mean that you would definitely become a powerful immortal master after entering a good sect. It could only be said that your starting point was relatively high. The hard work of the day after tomorrow would determine everything. Often, there would be people with amazing talents in small sects. This was hard to say. As long as you could cultivate diligently, it didn't matter which sect you entered. It was just that the competition in the big sects was greater and it could stimulate people's motivation. Next, Deacon Zun, you may begin. Bai Liang nodded slightly to the white-haired old man next to him. Yes, young master. The white-haired old man said respectfully. Deacon Zun was the manager of the school. Although the manager of the school had a lot of power, he was still very humble in front of Bai Liang. After all, Bai Liang was like a bright star. Naturally, his status was self-evident. Bai Liang returned to his seat. Deacon Zun turned around and gestured to the middle-aged immortal master. The middle-aged immortal master nodded, then turned to the group of children and said, "Now, you may go up one by one. Then, put your hand on the stone and push it." Push the stone? Mu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they didn't have to fight with wild beasts, nor did they have to use any immortal spells. They only had to push the stone. Fortunately, everyone had heard rumors and was so nervous about the test. Little Fatty said angrily, "I'm going to go back and beat up a go." It was obviously just pushing the stone, but he said it was fighting with wild beasts. He scared me to death. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. However, another question emerged. This stone was bigger than an adult. Could a group of 12-year-old children really push it? What if they couldn't push it? Did it mean that they didn't pass? Although it's not fighting with wild beasts, why do I feel that this test is not fair at all for the skinny boy? The skinny boy swung his arms in frustration again. He felt that he had a higher chance of winning if he fought with wild beasts. After all, he was flexible. He might even be able to exhaust the wild beasts to death. It's actually not a test of immortal spells. The young master was also very disappointed. He had imagined that he would be able to shine in front of those immortal masters after learning this skill. Mu Yu also felt that it was a little strange. How did pushing a stone test whose aptitude was better? Could it be that it depended on whose strength was greater? However, since they were testing like this, they must have their own reasons. Let's see how it goes first. The first child was a little girl. She was very thin and weak. The stone was 3 to 4 times her size. Could she really push it? The little girl's heart was beating like a drum. She walked up nervously and tripped on the steps. However, no other children laughed at her because they also wouldn't think it was easy. Don't be nervous. Press your hands on the stone. Then you'll understand what to do. It's very simple. Deacon Zun smiled and said to the little girl. The little girl blinked her big eyes. Obviously, she didn't quite believe Deacon Zun's so-called simple word. She was so nervous that she was about to cry. The little girl composed herself and took a deep breath. Then, she stretched out her hands and pressed them on the stone. However, the expected strenuous expression didn't appear on the little girl's face. On the contrary, she looked a little surprised. Then, she frowned and closed her eyes. Those who knew the inside story looked at the little girl seriously, while those who didn't know stretched their necks and stared with wide eyes. No one knew why the little girl had such a reaction. Could it be that she could push the stone without using any strength? At this moment, the ugly grey stone suddenly turned green. That green stone made many immortal masters stare. Then, their gazes became fiery. The way they looked at the little girl was obviously not right. There was admiration and envy. The little girl opened her eyes and felt as if she was surrounded by many gazes. She was a little flustered. When she found that the stone in front of her didn't show any signs of moving, her face turned pale and she looked very uneasy. Little girl, don't worry. You've passed the test. Take this plate and stand over there. Deacon Zun smiled and handed a green plate to the little girl. When the little girl heard that she had passed the test, she was overjoyed. She quickly took the plate and ran towards the place Deacon Zun pointed to. It was that simple. Many children were a little surprised. The so-called pushing the stone was just putting your hands on it. Even if the stone didn't move an inch. Next, another child went up. However, when his hands touched the stone, the grey stone only showed an orange color. It was different from the color of the first little girl. Deacon Zun also gave him an orange plate. So it's that simple. I thought I had to push the stone to pass. The skinny boy swung his arms again. This was much easier than pushing the stone and fighting with the wild beasts. Mu Yu watched the few people in front of him go up. Their test results were different. The color of the stone was also different. Most of them were red. Occasionally, there would be a yellow stone, which made many immortal masters turn their heads. As for the first little girl's green stone, it was needless to say. Mu Yu suddenly understood. This stone should be displayed according to the colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. According to the situation of the few people in front of him, red was considered ordinary, and green was considered high quality. However, he hadn't seen any color above green yet. There were 4 or 5 children whose stone didn't change color at all. It was still an ugly gray. Deacon Zun simply handed the gray token to them and didn't say anything else. Hey, you're the kid from the seedless village, right? At this moment, 4 children from the Big Dot village suddenly walked in front of Mu Yu and asked with contempt. They looked at Mu Yu as if they were looking at a ridiculous good-for-nothing. Their tone was full of disdain. Mu Yu naturally recognized them. Just now, on the street, their village chief, Dahu, was proudly showing off to his village chief. Old Bu didn't have a good impression of the people from the Big Dot village. Mu Yu also didn't have a good impression of the people from the Big Dot village. Chapter 9. Of course I know you're from Flowing Water Village, but your village only produces 2 people who can cultivate every 10 years. If this isn't cowardice, then what is? Xiao Hu mocked. Xiao Hu was naturally Da Hu's son. Da Hu looked down on Flowing Water Village, so Xiao Hu also looked down on Flowing Water Village. The number of people doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is which sect you can enter, isn't it? Mu Yu calmly said. He didn't like this arrogant and despotic guy. He wanted to find an opportunity to dampen this guy's spirit. Listening to your cowardly tone, are you planning to enter a big sect like Chingsong School? Haha. A toad lusting after a swan's meat. Da Hu and the other 3 people laughed. At this moment, they were all standing at the back of the line, so the middle-aged immortal master in charge of maintaining order didn't notice them. This was why they dared to laugh at Muyu without restraint. Muyu smiled faintly. He didn't want to argue with these people. Whether or not he could enter a sect was not something that could be decided by a few words of ridicule. The test hadn't been conducted yet, so no one could say what the result would be. Last time, the immortal master who tested my root bone specifically told me to come. He personally said that I was a good material for cultivation. I don't know what your immortal master said about you. Daehu proudly said. Muyu was silent. In fact, he had thought about it. It was best if he didn't enter Qingsong School. Qingsong School's Qingsong Taoist had an unfathomable cultivation. If he found out that Muyu could control trees, then he would be in danger. The village chief had repeatedly told him not to let others know about Muyu's ability to control plants. The immortal master and human were sworn enemies. If the immortal master knew that Muyu had human's ability, then there would be trouble. It's hard to say. Muyu shook his head slightly. He ignored the four people and turned his attention back to the person on the stage. The stone on the stage was now yellow. The little boy was once again the center of attention. Muyu clenched his fist. What color would his test be? Soon, the line became shorter and shorter. It was already Dahu and the others' turn. Little Tiger smiled contemptuously at Muyu, then walked up and placed his hand on the rock. Green. It was actually green. Green and cyan were different. Cyan radiance was between green and blue. Obviously, it was of a higher grade than green. The moment the green light appeared on the stage, many immortal masters stood up and stared at Little Tiger with fervent gazes. Even Daoist Pine Tree's disciple, Bai Lang, was moved. Deacon Zun's mouth was also agape. For a moment, he actually forgot to pass the token to Xiaohu. It's actually green. Oh my god. The middle-aged immortal master murmured. I remember that the last time a green talent appeared was young master Bai Liang from Qingsong School. This boy will definitely become a god's favored son like young master Bai Liang. Alas. I should have flattered him. The middle-aged immortal master's face showed a trace of regret. Little Tiger was not a fool. He knew that his talent was definitely top-notch when he saw the reactions of the surrounding immortal masters. He glanced at Muyu proudly and made a provocative gesture at Muyu. Then, he said impatiently, "Hey, old man, where's my token?" Sorry. This is yours." Only then did Deacon Zun react. He was not even angry at Little Tiger's rudeness. Instead, he handed the green token to Little Tiger with a face full of smiles. Even the way he addressed Little Tiger was yours. This showed how much he valued Little Tiger's talent. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be another genius like Bai Liang. At that time, Little Tiger's casual words would be an order to Deacon Zun. Why would he care about Little Tiger's rudeness? Is Bai Liang's talent also green? Muyu's heart was somewhat shaken. Sure enough, Little Tiger did not lie. His talent was indeed very good. It was actually at the same level as Bai Liang's talent. It seemed that Little Tiger would definitely enter Qingsong School. There was no doubt about it. The cyan light lingered on the stone for a long time before gradually dissipating. Muyu noticed that the stone's light dissipated in about 10 breaths of time. For example, the red and orange stones would only display light for 10 breaths of time before dissipating. As for the yellow and green stones, they would stay for a bit longer. This cyan light stayed for nearly a quarter of an hour, causing the test to be interrupted for a period of time. Soon, 3 other people from the Big Dot village also passed the test. 2 of them were orange, and the other one was yellow. Their talent was also above average. The people from the Big Dot village were indeed powerful. Those who could cultivate were also extraordinary. Muyu looked at the people who had passed the test. They were all standing according to their assigned colors. Little Tiger stood alone in one place. Obviously, he was the only one with a green result. There were about 10 people with green tokens. There were about 20 people with yellow tokens. There were about 50 people with orange tokens. There were about 80 to 90 people with red tokens. There were about 30 people without any color. Little Skinny, who had the most concerns, was green. Little Young Master and Little Fatty were yellow. Finally, it was Muyu's turn. Muyu took a deep breath and slowly walked up. He saw that Little Tiger had begun to mock him again. Muyu ignored him and focused his attention on the grey stone in front of him. Begin. Remember, don't resist what will happen later. Deacon Zun nodded. Before each person took the test, Deacon Zun's expression was always amiable. This was because he didn't know who would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If he left a bad impression on geniuses like Little Tiger, it would obviously not be good. Muyu placed his hand on the grey stone and closed his eyes. A strange warm current flowed from his palm. The warm current came from this inconspicuous stone. The warm current gently flowed through Muyu's body, as if it was searching for something. Muyu didn't resist. He just let the warm current flow through his body. At the same time, he felt very comfortable, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on his body seemed to have expanded. Muyu's body seemed to be filled with energy. He wanted to release all the energy in his body. The warm current flowed. At first, it was very slow and there were no abnormalities. Gradually, the warm current began to flow to Muyu's lower abdomen, the place called Dantian. Then, as if the warm current had found something in Muyu, it became somewhat hurried. Then, Muyu found that his body had lost control. It was as if the warm current had taken away the control of his body. However, his senses became incomparably sharp. He could feel the grass on the ground around him moving rhythmically. Some of the grass buds even had signs of blooming. Some of the grass seeds even began to sprout green buds in the crevices of the stones, about to begin their new life. The flourishing scene made Muyu's body and mind very happy. He wanted to let all the plants grow vigorously under his guidance, absorbing the rain, dew, and sunlight, interpreting the most beautiful life. As long as he was willing, he could turn the surroundings into a grassland full of vitality. No, you can't grow. Muyu suddenly remembered the village chief's instructions. If a lot of grass appeared here, then there would definitely be people who would be suspicious. At that time, his ability to control plants would be known by others. If they mistook him for the wood human, then it would be bad. There were immortal masters everywhere. Any changes in the surroundings would definitely not escape their eyes. He had to take back control of his body and stop the grass from growing. Muyu's heart calmed down. He began to resist the warm current. The warm current clearly did not want to retreat. It had not completed its mission and was still entangled in Muyu's dantian. However, Muyu's willpower was very firm. He could not expose his ability. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He forced the warm current away from his arm. Gradually, he felt that he could move his hand. He immediately retracted his hand and opened his eyes while panting. Fighting against the warm current took a lot of effort. He felt as if he was about to collapse. Even his clothes were soaked in sweat. Then, he noticed the color of the stones in front of him. Gray. The stones did not change at all. They were still an ugly gray color. Because Muyu broke off contact with the stones, the warm current disappeared like snow. It was as if it had never existed. Gray token. Take it and stand over there. Deacon Zun handed a gray token to Muyu. Then, he signaled Muyu to walk to the side. Muyu clenched his teeth. Gray. He took the gray token and suddenly felt very guilty. Needless to say, he knew how bad his test results were. A gray test result meant that he would only be able to stay in a third-rate sect. Even if the sect didn't want him, it would be a problem. He thought of the village chief. If the old man saw this scene, he would definitely be very disappointed, right? Fortunately, no one gave Muyu a second glance. The rhythmic grass also returned to tranquility. No one cared about the grass abnormality. Muyu felt very uncomfortable. He knew that if he did not withdraw his hand at the last moment, the result would not only be grey. He felt that the power in his body was very majestic. At the very least, it should be yellow. But now, it was too late. The test results were already set. Even if he were to take the test again, the result would be the same. If the village chief knew that he gave up the test because he could not expose Yuman's ability, he should understand, right? Mu Yu saw Little Tiger laughing proudly. This time, he couldn't shut Little Tiger up. He really wanted to give this guy a punch, but he knew that if he really did it, many immortal masters would immediately kill him. After all, everyone would stand on the latter's side when comparing a low-ranked immortal with a tomorrow's genius. Behind Mu Yu, there were still more than 20 people who had also passed the test. Mu Yu didn't care about the results of the test, nor did he have the mood to care about it. Right now, he only hoped that he would be chosen by some sect and successfully enter that sect. He didn't want to disappoint the village chief. Chapter 10. The selection of disciples was divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, each sect would pick 5 disciples. In order to show fairness, each sect could only pick 2 disciples of each talent level. This was to prevent all the disciples with potential from being picked by the top few disciples. The Green Pine sect was the first to choose. Naturally, they chose Little Tiger, who was the only one with the blue talent level. They also chose 2 children with the green talent level and 2 children with the yellow talent level. When they picked Little Tiger, the other 3 sects had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they had never gotten a cyan talent level disciple before. However, the Chingsong Taoist's cultivation level was there, so no one dared to say anything. Moreover, this selection method was agreed upon by everyone. The selection order was also decided by the annual competition, so no one had any objections. The 4 sects had all picked suitable disciples, but the other sects were not so lucky. The speed of selection was very fast because during the testing process, many of the elders had already determined their target disciples. Moreover, they had estimated that the probability of them choosing those disciples was higher. Thus, they did not hesitate in the slightest when choosing. Even so, there were still some white-bearded Taoists who carefully felt the muscles and bones of each disciple before deciding whether to pick them or not. These children were like goods in the market, allowing people to pick and choose. However, no one had any complaints when they were chosen. On the contrary, they were very happy. Because the red talent level disciples were the most common, there was no limit to the number of people who could be selected. In the end, Mu Yu found a very awkward situation. After 1 round of selection, none of the grey talent disciples were selected. Mu Yu knew that according to this selection method, the grey talent disciples would not be selected even in the second round. Even in the end, they would not be selected. Then what would happen to the grey talent disciples? Would they be directly sent back? If he was sent back, Mu Yu didn't even dare to imagine the disappointed look on the village head's face. Although he didn't want to cultivate, he was still a representative of the flowing water village. If he wasn't selected, he was afraid that the village head wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. The second round of selection was also over, and all the disciples had been selected. Only about 30 or so disciples with grey talent level were left unattended. These children already knew what kind of situation they were in. Everyone's expression was very disappointed, and some of the children were even secretly wiping away tears. Thinking back to the time when he was tested to have the potential to cultivate, his family was so happy. His 7 aunts and 8 aunts fought to be the first to send him off, but he ended up like this. That kind of difference was something that even an adult would not be able to bear, let alone these innocent children. Even the Luo Chen school, which was the last place, did not choose them. Mu Yu did not know which immortal masters were from the Luo Chen school, but presumably, the disciples they selected were at least of the red talent level. Even the third-rate schools did not want these grey talent disciples. It could be imagined how important talent was in the cultivation world. Every sect had gradually left with the new disciples they had chosen. Only this group of unwanted children were still standing there at a loss. The last glimmer of hope in everyone's heart had been shattered. Many children were crying sadly. When Mu Yu saw a little girl crying, he sighed in his heart. He wanted to comfort her, but then he thought about it. What qualifications did he have to comfort her? When most of the immortal masters had left, the white-haired deacon Zun slowly walked over. He glanced at these unwanted children and shook his head helplessly. Everyone, don't cry. The cultivation world has cruel rules. Talent determines everything. Don't be sad. Now, there are two paths in front of you. One is to go home directly and be immortal in peace. Live your own life quietly, get married, have children, or pass the imperial examinations. In the future, you can also have a career. The other is to stay in the school and become a reserve disciple. What's a reserve disciple? Some children asked while sobbing. A strange look flashed in Deacon Zun's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He squeezed out a smile. A reserve disciple is to stay in the school. Although your talent is a little low, it's not like you don't have the ability to cultivate. Your progress is slow, but as long as you cultivate diligently, there's still a chance that you'll be chosen by the immortal masters of those schools. When the other children heard that they could stay and had a chance to be chosen by the school, they immediately stopped crying. As long as there was a trace of a chance, no one was willing to leave. They would rather fight for it. However, Muyu's thoughts weren't so simple. He knew that being a reserve disciple wouldn't be easy. At the very least, they would have to pay a price. Deacon Zun continued, "You'll stay in the school and work for the school. If disciples from other schools come here, you must receive them well. Then, when you grow up, you'll have to go to various villages and towns every year to find children who are 12 years old and bring them here. If you do a good job, you'll be rewarded with spirit stones. Spirit stones are the currency of the cultivation world, and they are also used for cultivation. You'll know in the future. Now, you can make your own choice. Leave or stay." Many children scrambled to say that they wanted to stay. No one was willing to leave with regrets. What if they really had a chance to become an immortal master in the future? Only Muyu didn't say anything. He understood what a reserve disciple was. It must be a servant of the school that was specially used by other schools. However, Muyu also didn't want to leave. He didn't want to see the village chief's disappointed expression. Deacon Zun had already expected that no children would choose to leave, so he didn't explain anything. He just said, "Since everyone has chosen to stay, then follow me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. From tomorrow onwards, I'll arrange daily tasks for you." Everyone took the initiative to follow behind Deacon Zun. No one cried anymore. They walked with joy or determination. Only Muyu sighed. He walked slowly and deliberately fell behind. Then, he looked back at the grey stone. The stone that had decided his fate was still sitting there quietly at this moment. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with it. It was just a tool, but this tool had decided the future of so many people. Muyu couldn't help but think about what would have happened if he had let that warm current control him just now. He had a hunch that his talent level was definitely not grey. It would definitely have its own color, but what would it be? Muyu really wanted to test it again, but he didn't have the chance now. He planned to see if he could sneak back at night. Even if the situation just now happened at night, no one would care, right? Muyu retracted his gaze. However, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a person appear next to the grey stone. It was a plainly dressed old man with white hair and a white beard. There was an indescribable aura on his body. He was like an old man who lived in a mountain village, but with an additional sense of immortality. Chapter 11. Muyu caught up to the person in front of him, who was walking towards a courtyard. This academy was very big, and many immortal masters walked in and out. This place was equivalent to a relay station for immortal masters. Muyu saw the people of the same age who had been selected just now. Some of them curiously stared at this group of people and pointed at them at the same time. Some of them even sneered, looking down on these grey gifted disciples. I already said, what kind of good-for-nothing trash can come out of a village without talent? At this moment, an ear-piercing voice came from beside Muyu. A discordant person suddenly blocked Muyu's path. Muyu raised his head and saw that it was indeed Little Tiger. Little Tiger's appearance caused many people to stop and watch. After all, this person's talent was outstanding. His current status was naturally not something that Muyu, a grey gifted disciple, could compare to. Everyone wanted to know why this rising star would make things difficult for the lowest-ranked disciple. Go away. Mu Yu did not want to have a conflict with him. He felt that it was unfair. If he passed the test normally, then even if he was not as good as Little Tiger, he would not be ridiculed here. Me. A piece of trash like you dares to talk to me like this? Little Tiger rudely pushed Mu Yu. Mu Yu took a step back and frowned as he asked, "What do you want?" Little Tiger sneered and said, "I heard that you, the unrated disciples, are servants for us, the legitimate disciples. You, a servant, dare to talk to me like this? Don't go too far." Mu Yu lightly said and then walked forward. However, Little Tiger once again blocked his path. "Little young master, do you need something?" Deacon Zun quickly rushed over and said with an apologetic smile. Of course, he recognized this amazing child. Little Tiger's talent meant that he was destined to have great achievements in the future. How could Deacon Zun dare to offend him? "You are the deacon here, right? Is she the head of the servants?" Xiaohu asked. Deacon Zun's face turned pale. In fact, Little Tiger was right. He used to be one of these grey disciples. His talent wasn't much better than these disciples. Just like these disciples, he hoped to be selected by a sect one day and stayed in the academy. However, he ended up being a servant for the rest of his life. When he got old, he became the head of the servants. In other words, he was just the steward of the academy. "Yes, young master," Deacon Zun said respectfully. It was very common for people like them to be looked down upon by immortal masters. However, what could they do even if they were unconvinced? For the sake of the illusory immortal cultivation dream, she wasted her entire life and became a servant for those true immortals. The reason why they could endure this kind of life was because their status among the mortals was very high. If they left the academy, they would be nothing. If that's the case, then fine. Make him admit that he's a good-for-nothing and I'll let him go. Xiaohu pointed at Mu Yu and said, "In your dreams." Mu Yu's eyes narrowed. That's not very good. He's just a newcomer. For the time being, he doesn't need to listen to anyone's orders. Before he reaches the age of 16, he doesn't need to serve any immortal masters. This is also a rule. Deacon Zun quickly said, "There's such a rule? Then you must be at least 16 years old. Will you listen to my orders?" The tiger's eyes rolled around as he asked. Deacon Zun respectfully said, "Young master, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. Make him say that he's a good-for-nothing." Xiaohu aggressively said. Deacon Zun glanced at Mu Yu and then shook his head. "I can't do that. Before they reach the age of 16, they are not good-for-nothings." Deacon Zun actually protected Mu Yu and the other disciples. This made many grey disciples feel a little relieved. At least Deacon Zun was a good person. Although he was a little servile, he knew right from wrong. Mu Yu also looked at Deacon Zun gratefully. In fact, Deacon Zun didn't need to protect them. After all, many grey disciples were destined to have no fate with immortal cultivation. They were at the bottom of the cultivation world. However, Deacon Zun had his own rules. He was in charge of these disciples. If he allowed them to be humiliated, who would be willing to continue staying here? Me. You stinking old man. Then you can at least call yourself a good-for-nothing on his behalf. Xiaohu looked at the smiles of the people around him. He was proud of his outstanding talent and always felt a little smug. He felt that he couldn't order these grey disciples to do things. No matter what, he was still a proud son of heaven. It was unreasonable for him to lose face here. Even a servant dared to not listen to him. Therefore, he vented his anger on Deacon Zun. Deacon Zun's face turned red, but he had no choice. The cultivation world also had its own rules. He took a deep breath and then said, "I am Deacon Zun, don't say it." "Xiaohu, what right do you have to call others a good-for-nothing? Everyone has the qualifications to cultivate. We haven't even started cultivating yet, and your tail is already wagging to the sky. What do you have to be proud of? 4 years later, who knows who will be better than who?" Mu Yu walked over and interrupted Deacon Zun's words. He said angrily, Mu Yu rarely got angry. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. You dare to provoke me? Xiao Hu was also angry when he saw the people around him laughing at him. He couldn't wait to beat Mu Yu to the ground. However, he felt that he was now an immortal master and should act like one. It was too ugly for children to fight. Therefore, he restrained himself. I think this little friend is right. Little kid, you haven't even started cultivating yet. Don't spout such arrogant word. At this moment, an amiable voice overpowered everyone. An old man with a white beard in plain clothes slowly walked over and stared at Mu Yu with interest. Mu Yu realized that this old man was the same old man who was pacing back and forth beside the grey stone. Which servant are you? Xiao Hu asked angrily. Xiao Hu, shut up. At this moment, Bai Liang appeared at the right time. He walked over and politely cupped his hands towards the old man with a white beard. Sect Master Feng, please forgive him. This child speaks without thinking and doesn't know etiquette. I will naturally teach him a lesson when we return. I apologize on his behalf. Sect Master Feng? Which sect's sect master? Mu Yu muttered in his heart. So this was the sect master. It was rare for a sect master to speak up for a grey disciple that he had never met. This was something that many people didn't expect. It's fine. Nephew Bai is too polite. What you rely on now is your talent. In the future, you will have to rely on your temperament. The old man smiled and left with his hands behind his back. When he passed by Mu Yu, he even winked at Mu Yu kindly, causing Mu Yu to be confused. When we return, we have to start learning etiquette and manners. As a student of Qingsong School, you shouldn't be so arrogant, Bai Liang said to Xiao Hu before leaving with Xiao Hu. Isn't that sect Master Feng from the Falling Dust sect? Yes. I heard that this is a mediocre sect. People look down on them. Don't. Although they don't have many people in their sect, the sect master's cultivation isn't something that you and I can discuss. Speaking of which, they didn't recruit any new disciples this year, right? When did they recruit any new disciples? That's true. Chapter 12. Deacon Zun brought this group of unwanted disciples back to a courtyard and arranged rooms for them. Looking at this group of immature faces, Deacon Zun shook his head slightly. Maybe they would become him in the future, and maybe some of them would choose to leave. But no matter what, they were still children, and he had to protect them. If a person was ruined from a young age, then his life would be ruined. I will give you 4 years. After 4 years, you can either leave the academy and live a mortal life again, or become a member of the academy and wait to be chosen by a certain sect. You have to cherish this opportunity. Deacon Zun touched the head of one of the children and sighed in his heart. Senior Deacon, was there anyone who was chosen by a sect before? Mu Yu asked. Deacon Zun still had an impression of Mu Yu. He nodded and said, yes, and there are quite a few of them. Many people have become a member of a sect because of their hard work. Moreover, it may not necessarily be 4 years later. It may be many years later. As long as you are lucky enough, you may be accepted as a follower by an elder of a sect if you perform well. Don't underestimate the status of a follower. A follower of an elder of a sect has the same status as an ordinary disciple. Moreover, you can learn many powerful immortal techniques. Many people were moved. Although they were not chosen by a sect, they still had a chance in the future. As long as there was a chance, they had to cherish it. Firm expressions appeared on the faces of this group of innocent children. Everyone hoped that they could work hard to become a member of a sect. Everyone had hope on their faces, except for Mu Yu, who was not encouraged by these words. If it was really so easy to be chosen by an elder of a sect, then why were there still so many grey disciples in the academy? Deacon Zun turned and left. Mu Yu still had some things he didn't understand, so he followed Deacon Zun and called out. Kid, what's the matter? Deacon Zun was a very patient person. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have become a deacon of the academy. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, the immortal master ordered you to leave. Why didn't you leave? Deacon Zun saw that Mu Yu was polite, and in addition to what happened just now, He admired this child. After a while, he sighed and said, "Leave? How could it be so easy? How many people hoped to become a cultivator their whole life? Many people didn't give up and believed that they would succeed one day. However, how many people wasted their whole life without achieving anything?" In the end, he still couldn't put down his pride. "Back then, I also came to this school with the Chingsong Taoist. He was chosen by a great sect, and in the end, he established his own sect and became the overlord of a region. However, I had to bow and scrape in front of his disciple. Who would be willing to do that? However, the academy has its own rules. If you choose to stay after 4 years, you will be a servant of the academy for the rest of your life. You will have to serve the cultivators of those sects for the rest of your life. There are only 2 ways to leave. One is to be taken away by an elder of a certain sect. The other is to die." Deacon Zun was dejected. Obviously, he had chosen to stay because he hoped that one day he would be chosen by an elder of a certain sect. However, he was still a servant even when his hair was white. Who could explain the hardships during this period? Mu Yu was shocked. It turned out that Deacon Zun was the same age as the legendary Chingsong Taoist. However, at this moment, the Chingsong Taoist had become an immortal respected by everyone in the cultivation world, while Deacon Zun was just a servant who was ordered around. Mu Yu didn't expect the rules of the academy to be so cruel. If he still wasn't chosen by a sect after 4 years, would he leave or stay? Given Mu Yu's character, he would definitely leave. He wouldn't choose to be a servant just because of an illusory idea. There were many ways to succeed. Why did he choose this path? Mu Yu thought so, but many people were not reconciled. Whether it was the young guards at the entrance of the academy, the middle-aged immortal master who maintained order, or the white-haired old man in front of him, they were not reconciled to have no fate with cultivation. They worked hard to serve those high and mighty cultivators, hoping that one day they could change their fate. However, Deacon Zun's life was a sad example. Which sect would be willing to take a fancy to a person with inferior aptitude? "Kid, I think you have a good temperament, so I advise you to leave if there is no possibility of cultivation after 4 years. No matter who it is, I will persuade them to leave." However, for so many years, the academy has never been short of manpower. Many people stubbornly stay here. Alas, I was just as stubborn in the past. In the end, I was reduced to a servant for the rest of my life. Why bother? Deacon Zun touched Mu Yu's head with a sorrowful expression. There were tears in his eyes. For some reason, Mu Yu's words today reminded him of many things in the past. Perhaps no one had ever asked him why he didn't leave. In the eyes of many mortals, Deacon Zun was a member of the high and mighty immortal masters. However, they didn't know that Deacon Zun was actually the lowest existence in the cultivation world. "Senior, if I can become a member of the cultivation world in the future, I will definitely come back to take you away," Mu Yu said solemnly. Today, Deacon Zun chose to protect them even though he knew that he would offend a genius in the cultivation world in the future. This showed that Deacon Zun was a kind old man who was forced to become a servant here because he had no other choice. People often had to pay the price for their past choices. If such a day really comes, if I can really leave this place, then I will be willing to become your servant. Being ordered around by you alone is better than being ordered around by so many people, Deacon Zun said with a smile. Although his status here was low, he was in charge of all the servants in the academy. However, he did not look down on any of the servants. There were some things that one would only know when one was older. When he was young, he stubbornly wanted to stay. Now, there was not a moment when he didn't want to leave this place. Mu Yu was still young, but Deacon Zun understood these principles. If Mu Yu could really make a name for himself in the future, then it would be good to form a good relationship with him now. Mu Yu also smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. I won't do that to you. Go back and rest. No matter what happens in the future, you just have to work hard from tomorrow onwards." Deacon Zun sighed. Sometimes, only the words of children could comfort people. The older a person was, the more unpleasant their words would be. Deacon Zun never forced anything. He just wanted to encourage Mu Yu. In fact, What he didn't tell Mu Yu was that less than 1/10 of these grey status disciples could escape from their fate. Although Mu Yu might have a diligent temperament, talent was also very important when it came to cultivation. Deacon Zun didn't think highly of Mu Yu. Deacon Zun didn't think highly of Mu Yu only because of Mu Yu's superficial aptitude. However, Mu Yu was still very curious about what his true talent was. Therefore, after everyone fell asleep, a thin and weak figure sneaked out and tiptoed in a certain direction. Chapter 13. Late at night, the bright moon hung alone in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and only the chirping of crickets would occasionally break the silence. Mu Yu looked around. Many immortal masters would stay here for the night and leave the next day. It was very late now, and many immortal masters must have gone to bed. There were a few rooms that were still lit, and he had to be careful not to be discovered by the immortal masters. He tried his best to take the long way around. For him, as long as there was a tree, it was not difficult to climb over a wall. There were faint voices in front of him. Mu Yu dodged and hid in a tree. He saw two young men walking over from afar. They were undoubtedly the grey disciples of the school. It's so late, and they still want us to serve them. Damn it. One of the young men complained. We can't help it. The elder of the Johua school has a high status. We should serve him well. If he's happy and accepts us as his followers, it's not bad, the other young man said hopefully. That elder has a strange temper. Yesterday, a senior brother accidentally spilled tea on him and was sent flying by a slap. I heard that the senior brother has no chance of becoming an immortal now. His dantian was damaged, and he can only be a grey disciple for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, the person who spoke could not help but shiver. It was said that being in the king's company was like being in the tiger's company. For disciples at the bottom of the cultivation world like them, if they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. It was too difficult for grey disciples to climb up in the cultivation world. Don't complain. Most of the elders have strange tempers. We just have to make sure everything is in order. That senior brother can't blame anyone for not doing his job when serving the elder. The other young man still had hope. He did not feel sorry for the senior brother who was in trouble. Instead, it was natural for that person to be beaten for not serving the elder well. When the two people gradually walked away, Mu Yu jumped down from the tree. He looked at the backs of the two people with mixed feelings. Grey disciples were at the bottom of the cultivation world. It was common for them to be humiliated or beaten. They did not even have any thoughts of resistance. However, on second thought, they could not resist even if they wanted to. Immortal masters had extraordinary means, so how could grey disciples resist? If he offended an elder, even if he was killed, no one would care. The two grey disciples looked to be over 16 years old. It was obvious that they had chosen to stay, hoping to find an opportunity to catch the eye of an elder of a sect and join a sect. Their dedication to cultivation made them silently accept the orders of those high and mighty immortal masters. For that illusory opportunity, they might be trapped in the school for the rest of their lives. However, they seemed unwilling to give up, so they lived a life of fear and trepidation every day. Mu Yu clenched his fists. He did not want to be a grey disciple. He wasn't willing to bow and scrape for the rest of his life. He had to find a way to leave the academy. However, he didn't have any ability to change so far. The only thing that could make him feel better was to retest the color of his talent. Regardless of whether he knew it or not, he had to at least prove that his aptitude was not inferior to others. There was no one on duty at the academy at night because no one dared to cause trouble here. Only immortal masters with extraordinary means would barge in here unless they were tired of living. Mu Yu turned a corner in a courtyard. Relying on his memory from the day, he found the place to test the stone. There was an iron door in front of him that had been locked. However, there was a small tree beside the wall. Mu Yu blended into the tree and climbed up the stone wall very easily. He stood on the stone wall and could vaguely see the stone that tested his talent during the day lying not far away. Mu Yu was afraid of heights. He did not dare to jump down. He could only grab the top of the wall with his hand and slowly extend his body down. Then, his hand loosened and he fell down, landing heavily on the ground. Muyu got up and patted the dust off his body. He hid in the shadows and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he tiptoed toward the stone. Under the moonlight, the ugly grey stone showed a strange halo, which made it look a little strange. It was only noticed once a year. After a year, it would be an ordinary stone that was battered by the wind and rain. Only the grey disciples would occasionally come to clean it. Muyu felt that such a treasure should be kept. After all, this was a treasure used to select the talent of the disciples. It would not be good if it was damaged. However, this stone was so big. It was twice the size of Muyu. It would be troublesome to move it around. In fact, this stone needed to absorb the spiritual energy and essence of heaven and earth. Under the baptism of the sun and moon, it could maintain its spirituality. This was also the reason why the people in the academy did not put it away. Muyu did not understand the situation of the cultivation world. He grew up in a village. How would he know these things? Muyu looked at the stone. This stone determined his identity and fate during the day. If he did not have any scruples during the day, it should have evaluated him to a higher level of talent, right? If he was evaluated as blue or green by the stone, then his fate would be different. Maybe he would also enter a good sect and not fall to the point where no one wanted him. But what was the use of testing it? Muyu suddenly hesitated. So what if his talent was blue? No one here saw or knew. Even if the stone shone brightly during the test, it would be useless. Because no one could prove it, no one would specially come to see the results of his talent appraisal. If he ran to others and said that his true talent was not grey, no one would believe him. They would only treat him as a joke. When he was tested in the village, the immortal master did not pay much attention to it. His talent must be ordinary. Why should he humiliate himself? However, because he gave up halfway during the day, the stone did not show the color it should have. This made Muyu very unhappy. Sometimes things were like this. Something could be done better, but because of some accident, it was messed up. He did not use his true ability and was labeled as unworthy of the name. This was a very uncomfortable thing. Even if his talent was not enough to attract the immortal master's attention, there should at least be a red or orange reaction. He just wanted to understand everything. He did not want to become a grey disciple and be trampled on for the rest of his life. He calmed himself down and then slowly placed his hand on the grey stone. He thought about it. No matter what color it was, as long as it was better than grey, then he would at least have an idea in his heart and would not lose hope for the future. When his hand touched the stone, it was not cold. Instead, it had a faint temperature. That familiar warm current came from the stone again and flowed through all the meridians in his body. His body was taken away from him again, but at the same time, his 5 senses became extremely sharp. He saw the sleeping grass suddenly shake off the dew on its leaves. Its branches and leaves swayed and its roots grew continuously. Muyu also noticed that the buds that were supposed to bloom the next morning were trembling at this moment. They began to shake their petals as if they were responding to Muyu and were beginning to bloom. These feelings were not unfamiliar to Muyu. He had previously discovered that he could control the growth rate of plants, but he did not dare to make it too obvious. This was because human could also control trees. He was afraid that others would notice something was wrong, so he did not dare to let the plants grow too obviously. At this moment, his body was no longer under his control. The flowers and plants were also moving freely under his influence. Their branches and leaves continued to emerge and began to grow out of season. Muyu could not stop any of this. A pleasant feeling came from the surrounding plants. The seeds that were buried in the ground once again emerged happily. They grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and drilled out of the ground to feel the clarity of the world. Muyu liked this feeling very much. It was like a spring breeze blowing past and the earth returning to spring. Everything became lively and energetic, and his spirit could not help but be invigorated. He felt that there was a certain flow of air flowing through his meridians. This flow of air was very strange. He had not discovered this flow of air in his body before. After the warm current entered his body, This flow of air came out of nowhere and spread throughout his body. It was full of vitality and was then attracted by the grey stone. It flowed endlessly and endlessly into the grey stone. After a while, the warm current of the grey stone gradually receded. It seemed to have completed its mission and returned to the embrace of the stone. The surrounding flowers and plants stopped growing. Everything returned to normal. A gentle breeze blew past, and the plants rustled and swayed, echoing with the chirping of crickets. The surroundings were filled with flowers and plants that were full of vitality. Every plant was past the knees, and there was even the fragrance of the flowers. It rippled in the night wind and refreshed the mind. A refreshing feeling pervaded the surroundings. Muyu felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. What color will it be? Muyu closed his eyes tightly. He did not dare to open them immediately. He knew that at this moment, the stone should show a color. He had a premonition that this time, it would definitely not be gray. Would it be red or yellow? Muyu was a little nervous. He did not even dare to imagine a color above yellow. He felt that if he had yellow, it would be a good thing. Chapter 14. Gray. It was still gray. Muyu felt as if a bucket of water had been poured over him from head to toe. His whole body was cold. Gray. How was this possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had always thought that his innate talent was definitely not as simple as gray. At the very least, it should be red. After all, there was something in his body that was constantly flowing towards the stone. That feeling was so obvious, so how could it only be gray? However, the stone didn't change for a long time. Even if Muyu wanted to stare through it, it was of no use. The stone was still gray and looked very ordinary. It flashed a halo under the moonlight as if it was mocking Muyu's ignorance and would only be satisfied after being hit again. Was his talent still not good enough? Muyu put down his hand and walked to the steps with some frustration. He sat down with his back to the stone. He buried his head in the crook of his arm. He didn't cry, but he felt very sad. The village head's simple and honest voice and eager eyes echoed in his mind. He thought of the genius Xiaohu, who was the moon surrounded by stars, and his aggressive appearance in front of everyone during the day. He thought of the importance of talent in the cultivation world and Deacon Zun, who had been ordered around like a servant all his life. He was very unwilling to accept this. Why was it gray? Was he really not suitable for cultivation? Muyu sighed. At first, he didn't like cultivation. If the village head hadn't been so eager to let him become an immortal admired by thousands of people, he wouldn't have come to the school. However, after he came, the village head was mocked by people from other villages, and Xiaohu made things difficult for him. He suddenly felt unconvinced. Why could others but not him? If he went back to the village now, he was afraid that everyone would point fingers at him. When the villagers learned that he was going to become an immortal, they came to send him off so enthusiastically. If he went back like this, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? He finally understood why the grey disciples of the school chose to stay. They came to the school with great joy and were about to become immortals under the expectations of their families. However, they were told that they could only be grey disciples or go home directly. What would they choose? Go home and be mocked by the villagers? They chose to stay. At this moment, Muyu's mood was the same as those who weren't chosen. He was extremely depressed. Why let a stone decide your fate? A kind voice suddenly sounded in Muyu's ears, startling Muyu. He jumped up reflexively and looked in surprise at the person who had suddenly appeared next to him. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He was dressed plainly, and there were patches on his clothes. This person was actually the sect master of the Falling Dust sect who had spoken up for Muyu during the day. At this moment, he was sitting on the steps where Muyu had been sitting. His wise eyes blinked kindly at Muyu as he looked at Muyu with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Muyu felt a lingering fear in his heart. Just now, he did not notice how the other party came. This old man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He did not make any sound and just silently appeared beside Muyu, catching him off guard. Master Feng sat on the steps and stared at Muyu with interest. he said with a smile. He walked over. Muyu did not hear any footsteps. I'll leave first. I won't disturb you any further. Muyu did not know what to say for a moment. Logically speaking, he should be sleeping obediently on the bed right now and not wandering around at night. The other party was an immortal master while he was a grey disciple. If he angered the other party, he might end up like that injured senior brother of his. No one would pity him if he was crippled. You walked through a cultivator's courtyard in the middle of the night. You have to know that to cultivators, even if they don't walk out of their rooms, they can still tell that someone is tiptoeing past. It's not a good thing to wander around at night. Aren't you going to explain why? Master Feng did not put on the airs of a sect master at all. Instead, he was like an easygoing old man who had specially come to talk to Muyu to relieve his boredom. Muyu did not expect that someone would still find out about him despite being so careful. This made him feel a little scared. This old man should not have seen him merging with the trees, right? If he had, the consequences would be unimaginable. Muyu hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I didn't know that I would disturb you. I'm not the only one who was disturbed. However, I helped you hide it. The other fellow Taoists probably mistook you for me, so they didn't notice you. Master Feng's words caused Muyu to be extremely shocked. So he had already been discovered by others when he snuck out at night? He thought that he had done it very covertly. The methods of immortals were extraordinary. It was not something he could imagine. He was still too young. So that's how it is. I was reckless. Thank you, senior. Muyu did not know why the other party wanted to help him. He was just a grey disciple. No one would care about the life and death of a grey disciple. Only this old man seemed to be different. He had helped her once during the day, and again at night. Was her luck too good? The moonlight tonight is not bad. Master Feng did not mind. He only looked at the night sky as if he was admiring the bright moon. Muyu did not say anything. He just stood there, admiring the night sky with a high and mighty immortal master by a rock in the middle of the night. This made Muyu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Do you think a rock can decide your future? Master Feng asked after a long time. Muyu shook his head. I don't think so. It's just that the appraisal of the rock makes me a little unwilling. Oh, then what can make you willing? Master Feng asked curiously. Muyu was silent. He was still young and did not know what path he would take in the future. He only knew that his goal in coming here was to cultivate and not let down the village chief's hopes. However, his last bit of hope had been destroyed. This made him very depressed. He was not a cultivator and he would never be able to catch up to Xiao Hu. I don't know. After a long time, Muyu finally spoke. He really did not know what to do to make himself willing. Surpass Xiao Hu? Muyu thought of Xiao Hu's overbearing appearance during the day and how everyone looked at Xiao Hu with anticipation. What could he do to surpass that fellow who insulted him? Xiao Hu had already been accepted as a disciple by Qingsong School. His future was bright, but his talent was only an ugly grey color. His future was bleak, so how could he surpass him? Mortals call us immortal masters, but only we know that no one is worthy of the title immortal master. At most, we are just cultivators. In the cultivation world, no one has ever called us immortal masters. Therefore, don't care how powerful an immortal master is. The cultivation environment is not the most important thing. What's important is what you want. What kind of person you want to be, you have to fight for it yourself. Don't rely on a rock to decide, Master Feng said slowly. But without talent, it seems that you can't enter any sect. Muyu said softly. He wanted to fight for it, but he was completely blind on this path. He did not know how to fight for it. If he did not enter a sect and became a servant disciple here, being ordered around by other cultivators, when could he become an immortal master? It doesn't matter whether your talent is grey or green. Cultivation relies on luck and hard work. Talent only gives you a shortcut. Those without talent will only take a few more turns. Cultivation is a winding path. If you don't even have the determination and perseverance to take a detour, then how can you talk about cultivation? Master Feng broke off a flower from a crack in the rock and played with it in his hand. This flower should not have appeared here. Its flowering period was still early. It was just that Mu Yu had unintentionally allowed it to appear earlier. The path of cultivation was winding. The most important thing was to rely on one's own determination and perseverance. Mu Yu pondered over the old man's words, but his heart became clearer and clearer. It was as if a ray of sunlight had swept away the haze in his heart. Nothing was easy to accomplish. Many things had to go through a lot of trials and tribulations to succeed. If he gave up without trying, then how could he pursue success? Mu Yu slowly nodded and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, senior. This junior has learned." Mu Yu stood up. He knew what he had to do next. If he really wanted to pursue that immortal fate, then his fate could not be controlled by this rock. He could start as a grey disciple. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. He just did not like Little Tiger's arrogant appearance. He wanted to defeat Little Tiger and prove that his village was not the so-called village with no future. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked after a while, "Senior, I wonder if you can accept me?" Master Feng looked at Mu Yu and said with a smile, "My sect. It is at the bottom of the 20 sects. Many people are not willing to come. Moreover, I basically do not recruit disciples from the school. Then how can I enter senior's sect?" Mu Yu sincerely asked. "Why do you want a poor and declining sect?" Sect Master Feng asked in return. "Isn't that what senior said? The cultivation environment is not the most important thing, so regardless of whether it is the first or last ranked sect, it is fine as long as one can cultivate." Mu Yu said. Master Feng laughed. "You are using my words to stop me. In that case, can't you stay in the school to cultivate? But if I have someone like senior to guide me, perhaps my path will be easier." Mu Yu sincerely wanted to kneel, but he realized that there was an invisible resistance preventing him from kneeling. He was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why his legs were not listening to him. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Perhaps after seeing this, you won't want to come to my sect. Master Feng stood up and turned his gaze to the grey rock. He continued, "This rock will not show any color without enough light shining on it. Therefore, it is impossible to accurately display a person's true talent at night. As for what your talent is, it is best for you to see for yourself." Mu Yu did not understand what Master Feng meant. He watched Master Feng's actions. Master Feng waved his hand and a flying sword appeared out of thin air. It suddenly lit up with a white light. Under the illumination of the white light, the rock suddenly turned from an ugly grey to a noble purple. Purple. Chapter 15. My talent is purple. Mu Yu opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He had originally thought that his talent was definitely not just grey, but at the very least, yellow. Who knew that his talent was the legendary purple? It was the purple that people yearned for. What did purple mean? Purple was the best cultivation talent. A cyan talent had already shocked many cultivators, but a purple talent that was even more powerful than cyan was probably unheard of in the cultivation world. How could they have imagined that an ordinary grey disciple would actually be hiding a purple talent? The legendary purple talent was the most suitable physique for cultivation. One's comprehension ability was 100 times stronger than an ordinary person's, and one wouldn't even appear in 100,000 people. When had these sects ever seen a genius with purple talent? If Mu Yu hadn't stopped in time during the day, the news of his purple talent would have caused an unprecedented sensation in the cultivation world. What a pity. If someone saw your talent during the day, I'm afraid many people would go crazy. Sect Master Feng said calmly. He was different from the others and wasn't surprised by the purple talent. It was as though it was an extremely normal thing. With a purple talent, one's path of cultivation would be practically unimpeded. They could achieve twice the results with half the effort of ordinary people. If a cyan talent could shock those cultivators to such an extent, a purple talent would definitely be amazing. You already knew that my talent was purple? It took Mu Yu a long time to slowly calm down the waves in his heart. He couldn't see through the old man in front of him. If his talent could make many people go crazy, why was he the only one who didn't show any signs of it? I'm different from them. I don't rely on stones to determine a person's talent. Sect Master Feng answered Mu Yu's question. He put away his flying sword and turned his head to ask, now that you know that your talent is purple, if you want to enter Qingsong school, I'm afraid the Qingsong Taoist will immediately take you in as his last disciple. Your potential is even above Bai Liang's, so you don't have to enter my Falling Dust sect. After all, my Falling Dust sect isn't as strong as Qingsong school. Mu Yu was stunned. From hope to disappointment, and then back to hope. The ups and downs of life were all experienced by Mu Yu that night. It was hard for him to calm down. Thinking back to how arrogant Little Tiger was during the day with his cyan innate talent, Little Tiger was nothing in front of him now that he had a purple innate talent. As long as he was willing, entering Qingsong school would not be a problem at all. He could even trample Little Tiger under his feet and ruthlessly humiliate it. Mu Yu could even see himself becoming another Bai Liang in the future. He even had the confidence to surpass Bai Liang through his own efforts and become the center of attention. He could imagine the village chief's ecstatic expression. Village chief Old Bu could now straighten his back and talk cheerfully in front of other village chiefs. Especially the Big Tiger village chief from the Big Tiger village. Perhaps he would be extremely shocked, right? Mu Yu was also willing to let the village head lead him out for a walk to give the village head face. But what was all this for? What could he do after showing off? Would an undeserved reputation hinder a person's future? Mu Yu recalled the story of the village chief's eternal wound. It was about a young prodigy who was startled since young and neglected his studies. In the end, he became an ordinary person. This was not what Mu Yu hoped for. Plop. Mu Yu knelt down and kowtowed to Sect Master Feng, saying, "Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Mu Yu's words were very firm. He did not feel that he had lost anything. He only felt that he was doing what he should do. The old man in front of him allowed Mu Yu to see some things clearly. Mu Yu felt that even if he could not receive good guidance in his cultivation, he would benefit greatly from the way he dealt with people. Stand up. Sect Master Feng was still as calm as ever. My name is Feng Haochen, the sect master of the Falling Dust sect. What is your name? My name is Mu Yu. Mu Yu said respectfully. You have made your choice. Then come with me. My Falling Dust sect has no problem with you. However, my Falling Dust sect's disciples do not have grey or purple innate talents. Therefore, no matter how good your innate talent is, you will not receive any special treatment in my sect. Feng Haochen stroked his beard, then looked around and said, the higher the level of talent, the slower the speed at which the color of the spirit testing stone dissipates. I estimate that the purple light of this stone will only fade after an hour. As long as it is not exposed to strong light, no one will notice it. You were right not to reveal your innate talent today, because these strange plants could very well take your life. Cultivators hate humans' existence very much. No matter how good your innate talent is, it is useless. Human. Me. Mu Yu's body froze. His face instantly turned extremely pale. He had been immersed in the problem of his innate talent and had actually forgotten about these strange plants. Now that the old man in front of him had noticed it, wouldn't it bring about a disaster? The Immortal Master and the Human Devil clan were sworn enemies. The Immortal Master's existence was to exterminate the Human Devil clan, but he had accidentally exposed his abilities in front of a sect master. How terrifying was that? Could it be that the old man had already noticed something during the day? Otherwise, why would he specifically check the situation around the platform after all the tests were over? If he had really revealed his purple innate talent today, these plants would have brought about a disaster for him. As expected, fortune was accompanied by misfortune. Great risks were also hidden in opportunities. I don't know. I didn't. Mu Yu stuttered. The old man in front of him could kill him with a single finger. Human's existence was not allowed in the cultivation world, and Mu Yu himself could not explain why he had this ability. I know you are not human, but many people in the cultivation world will not believe you. This is also why I came to find you at night. To guide you and to protect you. Feng Haochen looked at the starry sky as if he was recalling something. Then he continued, "You don't have to explain anything to me. Just keep your secret." Feng Haochen waved his sleeves again. A majestic spiritual energy surged out from his sleeves and covered all the plants around the platform. With a gentle shake, all the plants turned into nothingness. Everything returned to its original state as if they had never existed. Mu Yu stared blankly at Feng Haochen. Was this the power of a cultivator? Being able to turn the plants around into nothingness with just a wave of his hand? Would he also have this ability in the future? "Master, am I the only freak in the world who has human's ability?" Mu Yu asked softly. "That's not it. If I'm not wrong, there should be 5 people who have human's ability. Your ability is to control wood. Then there are people who can control fire, water, earth, and metal." Feng Haochen said. Mu Yu felt a little better knowing that he was not the only freak. He continued to ask, "Master, why do we have these abilities? Why do you believe me? You'll understand in the future. Some things can only be understood when you're strong enough. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your secret. I'll send you back first. Let's go." Feng Haochen walked out with his hands behind his back. Mu Yu hurriedly followed. "Master, I have another question. Since my talent is so high, why did the green little tiger rock flash when I was testing it at the entrance, but it didn't flash when I touched it?" Mu Yu followed Feng Haochen's footsteps with big strides. The metal door that they came from earlier had been opened. Mu Yu and Feng Haochen passed through the metal door and walked towards the Grey Disciples' courtyard where Mu Yu was. When they passed by other sects' courtyards, Mu Yu was quite curious about the Immortal Master's methods when he thought about how he was detected by the Immortal Master inside. The small rock they created is different from the big rock just now. That big rock is called the Spirit Testing Rock. It's a spiritual object between heaven and earth. It can test everyone's talent. And the small stones used for the preliminary screening were imitations made by other cultivators. Because of the limited ability of imitations and the fact that they have never seen a purple talent before, and because they can't make the reaction of a purple talent, I think they can only flash when they identify a green or blue talent at most. After hearing this, Mu Yu felt relieved. No wonder his talent didn't flash like the little tiger rock when he was tested in the village. It turned out that the rock didn't react to his purple talent. Instead, it only reacted to green and blue talents. Then Master, why don't the sects recruit their own disciples? Why do they recruit from the academy? Doesn't this mean that the weaker sects won't be able to recruit good disciples? Mu Yu regretted asking this question as soon as he asked because he had just entered a weak sect. Putting aside the manpower, there is only 1 spirit testing rock and 5 imitation spirit testing rocks. The materials needed to make the imitation spirit testing rock are too precious and the testing methods are limited. They had no choice but to choose this compromise. Feng Haochen smiled, not minding that Mu Yu had accidentally belittled the falling dust sect. Mu Yu still wanted to ask his master how he could tell his talent without the spirit testing rock, but Feng Haochen didn't want to answer this question. Therefore, Mu Yu didn't understand what his master meant by "I don't use the rock to determine a person's talent." Could it be that he could only rely on his eyes? The full moon in the night sky was as clear as water, shining down on the master and disciple. Mu Yu didn't know how important of a choice he had made tonight. If he had entered the Qingsong school instead of the falling dust sect after finding out about his talent, then his life would have been in danger. This was because if he wanted to prove his talent, he would have to reveal his ability to control wood. This was something that other self-cultivators wouldn't allow. Feng Haochen was testing Mu Yu's character and also teaching Mu Yu some principles. Not everyone in the self-cultivator world was like Feng Haochen, who could ignore the fact that Mu Yu had the ability to control wood human. Chapter 16. You've been accepted as a disciple by the head of the Falling Dust sect. The next day, Mu Yu bid farewell to Deacon Zun. Deacon Zun was very surprised. In the past, not a single grey innate disciple had ever been accepted by a sect, let alone the Falling Dust sect, which had never accepted a disciple. Master said that I have a good temperament. Although my innate talent isn't good, I can still cultivate under him. Yu didn't reveal the fact that he had purple innate talent. If he did, he would have to reveal that he had human's ability. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Deacon Zun patted Yu's shoulder and said, "The Falling Dust sect is a very strange sect. They never accept disciples, so they have very few disciples. However, Headfong's cultivation level is very high, so no one dares to have any ideas about them. In fact, it's said that Chingsong School is hard to enter, but I think the Falling Dust sect is the hardest sect to enter. Maybe there's something special about you that caught Headfong's attention. You have to cherish this opportunity. I don't want you to be trapped in the school forever like me." Yu knew that Deacon Zun really wanted to leave the school, but he never had the chance. He said firmly, "Senior, don't worry. If I can achieve something in the future, I'll definitely take you away from this place. I don't have any cultivation right now, so I can't help you much. However, I'll definitely help you." Deacon Zun smiled. "It's good that you have such intentions. I hope I can wait until then." Deacon Zun's life was very sad. It wasn't just him, but also those who wanted to pursue immortality but didn't have the talent. If she could help someone who was good to her, Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. "Let's go." Feng Haochen slowly walked over. If a disciple of the school was going to be taken away by a sect, he naturally had to inform Deacon Zun. "Greetings, sir." Deacon Zun respectfully bowed to Feng Haochen. "You're welcome. There's no need for secular etiquette." Feng Haochen knew that Deacon Zun was protecting Yu yesterday, so he had a good impression of Deacon Zun. "Senior, we'll meet again." Yu walked to Feng Haochen's side. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Haochen brought Yu up into the air, disappearing into the horizon. Deacon Zun looked at their backs as they left. His eyes were filled with envy, but there was also a hint of sadness. Yu stood beside Feng Haochen. A flying sword was beneath Feng Haochen's feet, while Yu was floating in the air. There seemed to be an invisible membrane beneath his feet that supported him. The scenery below flashed by, and Yu's face was somewhat pale. He tried his best to focus his gaze on Feng Haochen, but his heart was beating like a drum. Many people will look at the scenery below in amazement when they fly for the first time. "Why do you look so sad?" Feng Haochen noticed that something was wrong with Yu and asked. Yu blinked and said, "It's so high here. Won't we all die if we fall?" Feng Haochen chuckled. "What? Are you afraid that I'll throw you down?" "No, it's just that I'm a bit afraid of heights." Yu curled his lips. Why would a child be afraid of heights? You should know that cultivators shouldn't be afraid of heights because the most common thing we do is to fly. If you're afraid of heights, then how will you learn to fly on a sword in the future? Feng Haochen said with a smile. Anyone who falls from a cliff at the age of 5 will be afraid of heights. Yu recalled his playful childhood. He climbed up Wild Goose Mountain by himself and accidentally fell down from the cliff. It scared him quite a bit back then. Feng Haochen took a step back and let Yu stand on the sword. Then, he kindly said, "Seeing that you're still alive and kicking here, you must have been saved by the trees, right?" "Master, you're really amazing to be able to guess this." Yu said in surprise. He was indeed saved by the trees. When he fell, his head was facing down and he could only see the forest below. He thought that it would be great if he could control the trees and catch him. In the end, the trees really formed a soft cushion and saved him. It was also at that time that he realized that he had the ability to control trees. However, it also left a shadow in his heart. He didn't dare to climb to higher places again. "Then I'll fly lower." Feng Haochen patted Yu's head. Then, the two of them descended to a lower place. Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't think that his master would be so easy to talk to. He asked, "Master, I thought you were going to tell me to conquer my fear and be a strong and good child or something like that. Why didn't you tell me to conquer my fear of heights?" If it was village chief old Bu, he would definitely give him a lecture like that. Feng Haochen stroked his beard and said, "Since you already know all these things, wouldn't it be unnecessary for me to say them? But why are you so sure that I understand these things?" Mu Yu asked, puzzled. Even if you don't understand, I don't think that you should overcome it now. Everyone has something that they are afraid of. We will always face our fears, but there are many ways to overcome it. Why do you have to choose to do it when you are not mentally prepared? Whether it was life or cultivation, nothing could be forced. It was best to let nature take its course. Everything has to be done step by step. The lower I fly, the safer your heart will be. When you are able to withstand this height, we will fly higher. This is the only way to conquer your fear of heights. Feng Haochen's flying altitude was already very low. He could even reach out and touch the trees below. His words were concise, but they contained profound principles. Mu Yu couldn't help but feel deep respect for him. This was the role model of a teacher. Education should be carried out in a curve and not forcefully instilled. Mu Yu suddenly rejoiced that he had met such a wise and far-sighted elder. The disciples of this old man were certainly not ordinary. His heart was filled with awe, and he had even more expectations for the sect he was about to join. Cultivation is actually about cultivating the state of mind. Your fear of heights is because your heart is unable to calm down. If your heart can be as calm as still water, then you will be able to handle many things with ease. You still have a long way to go in the future. If I tell you this now, you may not understand, but slowly you will understand. I can't be sloppy in the future. I have to learn from Master's calm temperament. Mu Yu said solemnly. Feng Haochen shook his head and said, that won't be necessary. How should you be? Being naughty and lively is a child's nature. Why should you learn from others? Just be yourself. There are no rules in our sect. You can be whatever you want to be. Cultivation is to break free from the shackles of the world. If your personality is restricted by the rules, then it will be very difficult to achieve anything. As long as you don't do anything that goes against ethics, you can do anything. Mu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He had only heard the main points. He could do anything. Originally, he was still a little afraid of the unknown sect, but now he couldn't wait to start his new life. Chapter 17. Mu Yu did not know where they were flying to. In fact, he rarely left the village. After all, he was only 12 years old and was unfamiliar with the outside world. He only knew that his master had taken him to the north. They had been flying for about 4 to 6 hours before slowing down. If they were to walk, Mu Yu felt that it would take him 5 to 6 days to complete the journey. We're here. Feng Haochen pointed at a mountain in front of them. The mountain in front of them was majestic and white clouds surrounded the mountainside. A few houses could be vaguely seen hidden in the forest. The sound of cranes could be heard as many birds flew between the mountains. From the bottom of the mountain, there were vertical cliffs and cliffs. There were no mountain paths. It was impossible for ordinary people to reach a height of a few hundred meters. However, there was a platform in the middle of the cliffs. There were lush trees growing on it. Then, a small path could be vaguely seen leading to a higher peak. The bottom half of the mountain was composed of cliffs while the top half was a forest. Mu Yu could vaguely see smoke rising from the mountain. This mountain is called Luochen Mountain. There are formations and restrictions on the mountain. Ordinary people cannot climb up or down. So, when you learn how to fly on a sword, you can freely descend the mountain. Feng Haochen would normally fly up directly. The mountain's restrictions were useless to him. However, since it was Mu Yu's first time here, it was reasonable for him to bring him along. Mu Yu saw that there was a huge rock halfway up Luochen Mountain. The rock was smooth and protruding, like a viewing platform. At that moment, there were a few people lying or sitting on the rock. They looked very casual. Master, there are a few people. Feng Haochen looked at the people on the rock and helplessly smiled. They are your brothers from the same sect. It seems like they didn't have a good time when I wasn't around. Mu Yu scratched his head. He did not understand what his master meant. Logically speaking, without his master around, they should be able to defy the heavens. Why would they not have a good time? However, Feng Haochen had no intention of explaining, so he did not ask further. The two of them landed on the platform. In front of them was a relatively wide open space. There was a plain and simple mountain gate in front of them. It looked very shabby and was made of wood. Only the 2 words falling dust were written on it. A winding stone staircase spiraled into the forest, faintly discernible. Feng Haochen stepped onto the stone steps and walked up the mountain. Mu Yu followed closely behind. The stone steps were made of bluestone slabs. Although it was messy, stepping on it felt very sturdy. There were all kinds of flowers and trees growing around the stone stairs. Some of the trees formed an arch above the stone stairs. It looked interesting. As they walked past a terraced field, Feng Haochen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the field, he shook his head and said, "This melon child, I told him to weed, but he plucked the onions instead." As he spoke, he walked over and picked up the dying green onions that had been thrown to the side. He also pulled out the grass, just like a hard-working old farmer. This made Mu Yu very surprised. Why would an immortal cultivator also need to grow vegetables? "Master, let me do it," Mu Yu quickly said. Then he moved his hands. The grass in the field was all moved to the side by Mu Yu. The green onions also returned to their original position. At the same time, they glowed with vitality again. "Oh right, I seem to have picked up a treasure." Feng Haochen winked at Mu Yu. Then he clapped his hands and shook off the dirt on them. Mu Yu usually helped the villagers with some farm work, so he also knew how to grow vegetables. He said, "Master, I can help you grow vegetables in the future." "That's a good idea." Feng Haochen laughed. "Let's go. When I'm not here, you can help me. The rest of the time, I'll do it myself." Mu Yu still did not understand. "You're the head of a sect. Why do you need to grow vegetables yourself?" Growing vegetables is just an attitude towards life. It's also a way of cultivation. Many cultivators disdain doing this kind of thing. They think it's a trivial matter for mortals and it's meaningless. In fact, life is all about cultivation. It depends on how you look at a trivial matter. Feng Haochen walked slowly with a happy expression. It was as if this was a very simple matter. Mu Yu suddenly understood. He had always thought that cultivation was to become stronger, which also meant that he did not have to deal with the trivial matters of the mortal world. However, Feng Haochen told him that life was all about cultivation. This was very refreshing. He could not see through the simple yet extraordinary figure in front of him. In fact, on second thought, if Mu Yu could see through his cultivation method, then why did Mu Yu come here? After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the observation deck. However, before the 2 of them could get close to the rock, 2 small figures jumped out of nowhere and rushed onto Feng Haochen's shoulders. Mu Yu thought that they were 2 monkeys. However, when he looked closely, he saw that they were 2 3 or 4 years old children. 1 boy and 1 girl, wearing a red doo-doo, with 2 cute hairstyles. They sat on Feng Haochen's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, they played with Feng Haochen's white beard. Their faces were full of grievance and joy, which confused Mu Yu. "Master is back! Master is back! There's food to eat! There's food to eat!" The 2 little urchins shouted at the top of their lungs. They were so happy that the grievance on their faces disappeared. "What's wrong, you 2? Did you cause trouble again?" Feng Haochen asked the 2 little urchins sitting on his shoulders with a smile. "Thank the heavens. Master, if you didn't come back, we would have been starving." A little girl about the same age as Mu Yu also ran over, her face full of excitement. This little girl was wearing red clothes and looked very energetic, like a red fairy. Mu Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "Master." A simple and honest young man got up from the rock, rubbing his head. This young man was taller than Mu Yu by a head and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He looked very sturdy. He laughed foolishly, looking very honest. "Meow meow, Kong Kong, come down quickly. Master just came back and is very tired." A young man who looked to be in his 20s looked at the 2 little children on Feng Haochen's shoulders and helplessly called out. This young man was very cultured and elegant, with an elegant demeanor, mature and steady. He was also the oldest among them. No, I won't. The boy Kong Kong grabbed Feng Haochen's beard tightly. I won't either. Meow Meow opened her eyes wide and hugged Feng Haochen's neck. Feng Haochen doted on these two little urchins. He smiled and said, "It's fine. What are you all doing here? Where's An Yuan?" "Master, and Shu went to cook." Kong Kong seemed to have thought of something and continued, "Master, don't let us eat An Shu's cooking anymore. It's not for humans, is that so?" Before Kong Kong could finish, he was interrupted by an old-fashioned voice, startling Mu Yu. Unknowingly, a middle-aged man with a tense expression appeared in front of them and stared at Kong Kong. Kong Kong couldn't help but stick out his tongue, not daring to meet An Shu's gaze. "Sect Master, you're back." An Shu greeted Feng Haochen in a serious manner. His expression was very serious, without any sadness or joy. He was cold, forming a contrast with the others. The moment he appeared, everyone put away their sloppy appearance. Even Meow Meow and Kong Kong became serious. "Oh, right, this is Mu Yu. He'll be a member of the Falling Dust sect in the future. You two should get to know each other." Feng Haochen was not affected by An Shu. He waved at Mu Yu, and only then did Mu Yu run over with a smile. Chapter 18. My name is Cheng Yang. I'll be your first senior brother from now on. The oldest youth was Cheng Yang. He smiled and nodded at Mu Yu. He was a very easygoing person and was about the same age as Bai Liang when Mu Yu met him. Bai Liang was the first disciple of the Qingsong Taoist. He was very talented and was a genius in the cultivation world. Both his appearance and temperament were extraordinary. On the other hand, Cheng Yang was dressed plainly, but he was elegant and had a reserved temperament. He was not inferior to Bai Liang. "Greetings, first senior brother." Mu Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Cheng Yang was a very reliable big brother. He needed to consult him more in the future. "I'm Xiong Nan, your third senior brother." Xiong Nan was a very simple and honest boy. He dressed very casually. Mu Yu even noticed that there was a hole in his pants, but he didn't seem to care. "Greetings, third senior brother." Mu Yu continued to nod. If Cheng Yang was the first senior brother and Xiong Nan was the third senior brother, then there should be a second senior brother as well. He was just not present. "My name is Lan Ling Er. You have to call me senior sister from now on," Lan Ling Er said kindly. "Greetings, senior sister." Mu Yu bowed. Lan Ling Er was actually about the same age as Mu Yu, but she should have been cultivating for a long time. "Greetings, junior brother. My name is Kong Kong. This is my younger sister, Meow Meow." Kong Kong was a little boy wearing a doo-doo. He pointed at Meow Meow and said seriously, "Greetings, junior brother. My name is Meow Meow. This is my younger brother, Kong Kong." Meow Meow stuck out her tongue at Mu Yu. "I'm the older brother. You're the younger sister." Kong Kong said unhappily, "I'm the older sister. You're the younger brother." Meow Meow was not to be outdone. Mu Yu thought about it and then said with a smile, "Greetings, junior brother and sister. Call me senior sister. Call me senior brother." Kong Kong and Meow Meow said in unison. No. Mu Yu would never call these two little brats senior brother or sister. These two looked like people who would not be easy to deal with. Who knew if they would use their status as senior brother or sister to pressure him in the future, so he rejected them very straightforwardly. "Master, look, the new junior brother is restless." Kong Kong shook Feng Haochen's beard and called out in dissatisfaction. "All right, you two little fellows, you haven't reached the age of cultivation yet. I haven't officially accepted you two as my disciples, so there's no need to talk about senior brothers and sisters. Mu Yu is older than you, so he'll be your senior brother in the future, understand?" Feng Haochen put the two little urchins down from his shoulders. These two little brats would go around causing trouble all day long, and only An Shu would be able to deal with them. "Then you have to testify that I'm the elder brother, right?" Kong Kong asked with her hands on her hips. "Bah. I'm the elder sister, okay?" Meow Meow glared at Kong Kong, her two pigtails bouncing up and down. "I don't know who came out first, so you two can discuss among yourselves." Feng Haochen looked at these two troublesome fellows and did not want to get involved in this matter. These two children were brought back by Feng Haochen from the refugee camp a few years ago. Their parents had passed away, and they were a boy and a girl in swaddling clothes. Feng Haochen really did not know who was the elder brother or the elder sister. He did not give them an elder or younger brother, and just let them argue about this issue. I'm an Yuan, in charge of supervising your cultivation. You can call me Nshu in the future. Nshu just stared at Mu Yu, but it made Mu Yu feel uncomfortable. He was not a person to be trifled with. Mu Yu secretly smacked his tongue. Nshu was probably a very serious person, unlike his master. Under his supervision, they would definitely not slack off in their cultivation. Nshu, how are the other senior brothers and sisters? Are they all on the mountain? Mu Yu also bowed and asked. There's no one else. Everyone in our sect is here, Xiongnan said honestly. Mu Yu's eyes widened. Everyone in the sect was here? Wait, that's not right. Mu Yu counted with his fingers. Including himself, there were 8 people in total. 8 people? There were only 8 people in a sect. Is everyone in our sect really here? Mu Yu thought he had misheard and asked again. Who said they're all here? Lan Ling glared at Xiongnan. Xiongnan's expression froze, and then he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head, indicating that he did not say anything. Xiongnan's reaction made Mu Yu curious. He did not understand why Xiongnan was like this. I knew it. Our sect would not have so few people. Mu Yu scratched his head. How could a sect with only 8 people be considered a sect? At most, it would be a gang, right? Even if it was a gang, there would be dozens or hundreds of people. Second senior brother is not back yet. Including you, there are 9 people in our sect now, Lan Linger said to Mu Yu without hesitation. As soon as Lan Linger finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to become a little strange. Feng Haochen sighed slightly and turned his gaze to the scenery outside the mountain. Cheng Yang and Feng Haochen also looked elsewhere. Xiongnan secretly glanced at Lan Ling and then quickly pretended to be interested in a stone on the ground and kicked it with his foot. Nshu was still serious and did not seem to have changed. The 2 little urchins who were still competing for age tactfully shut their mouths. Then, they held hands in a very friendly manner, swinging and swinging without making any sound. It was as if they had once again become a loving brother and sister, or sister and brother. Mu Yu still could not accept this fact. Did this sect really only have 9 people? He remembered what Deacon Zun said before leaving. This sect never accepted disciples, so there were very few people. But no matter how few people there were, it couldn't be so few that it could be counted with 2 hands, right? Then where did second senior brother go? As soon as Mu Yu asked this question, he regretted it. He knew that he had asked a question that he should not have asked, because everyone looked at Mu Yu. Xiongnan blinked hard at Mu Yu, indicating that he should not ask. Cheng Yang shook his head, and even Kong Kong Meow Meow showed a gloating expression, waiting to watch a good show. Nshu stared at Mu Yu, causing Mu Yu to have goosebumps. Only Feng Haochen was still looking into the distance, thinking about something. There is no second senior brother in our sect, Feng Haochen said lightly. Lan Ling pursed her lips. She wanted to refute her master's words, but she held back. Mu Yu realized something. Could it be that second senior brother had an accident and unfortunately passed away? No wonder the topic of second senior brother was so serious and made the atmosphere awkward. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't know that second senior brother was no longer in this world, Bah. You're the one who's no longer in this world. Second senior brother is alive and well, it's just that he doesn't want to. It has nothing to do with you. You just need to know that there is such a person. Lan Ling scolded Mu Yu, not showing any mercy just because Mu Yu was a newcomer. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then walked up the mountain without looking back. Mu Yu choked on Lan Ling's words and felt a little awkward. The worst thing for a newcomer to a sect was to have a bad relationship with others. This was not a good start. However, he was also a little confused. If the legendary second senior brother was not dead, then where did he go? Why were these people unwilling to talk about this non-existent second senior brother? Everyone seemed to be avoiding this topic. Was there something that this second senior brother could not be said? It was a mysterious sect. Not only were there few people, but there was also a seemingly non-existent second senior brother. What kind of sect was this? Mu Yu did not know what to say, but looking at Lan Ling, she should admire second senior brother very much. That was why she was so angry at him for speaking rudely. It seemed that he had to be careful when talking about second senior brother in front of Lan Ling in the future. Chapter 19. No one wanted to explain to Mu Yu about this second senior brother whom he had never met before, so Mu Yu tactfully chose not to ask. In the end, it was Enshu who broke the silence. Sect Master, lunch is ready. Let's go up the mountain. Huh? Enshu, how did you cook so quickly? Xiong Nan forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He looked pleadingly at his master. It was obvious that Enshu's cooking had made them suffer. It sounded like a sad thing. Now that master is back, I think we should improve our meals. Senior brother Xiong Nan, didn't you catch a pheasant last time? Hurry up and take it out for master to cook. Kong Kong chimed in. Okay, I'll go get it. Xiong Nan nodded cooperatively and was about to run up the mountain. I've already cooked it. Enshu decisively cut off Xiong Nan's last thought. Okay, let's go up the mountain then. Feng Haochen patted Mu Yu's shoulder and led the way up the mountain. Xiong Nan and Kong Kong looked like they were about to die. Only Cheng Yang had no choice but to ask Mu Yu to follow. Although he wasn't used to Enshu's food, he wouldn't show it. Mu Yu grumbled inwardly. Was Enshu's cooking really that bad? This sect with so few people was quite amazing. The sect master was actually the one who cooked. If he wasn't around, the others would feel like they were eating dirt every day. Mu Yu was very curious about the falling dust sect, which was ranked last among all the cultivation sects. Not only were there few people in this sect, but they were also very shabby. The houses were simple wooden huts, and everyone had their own room. The immortal abodes with white jade tiles and majestic immortal palaces he had imagined didn't appear. Instead, they looked like ordinary farmhouses with simple living facilities. It was like a secluded paradise in the mountains. Mu Yu had always thought that the land of immortals would be filled with immortal qi and spiritual beasts everywhere. Unfortunately, everything in front of him was too different from what he had imagined. No one cared about Mu Yu's thoughts. Everyone walked towards the hall unwillingly, as if it was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts. Only Feng Haochen and Enshu walked in calmly. Lan Ling was already sitting inside. She frowned as she looked at the food on the table. Her expression was definitely not one of desire. Everyone found their own seats and sat down. Mu Yu also found a place to sit down. The table was long and could seat 10 or so people. Enshu's cooking wasn't just unpalatable, it was unpalatable. Mu Yu finally understood Xiong Nan and the others' expressions before they ate their chopsticks. He felt that it took a lot of courage to eat this food. Mu Yu felt that he would rather fight 10 big grizzly bears 100 rounds than eat this strange food. The pheasant that Xiong Nan had caught looked very appetizing. When it was pulled open, there were still traces of blood. Mu Yu used to like eating chicken, but after tasting Enshu's pheasant, he felt that he could go on a diet for 2 months. It's delicious, Mu Yu said with tears in his eyes. He couldn't be too rude since he was new here, but he despised himself for saying such things against his will. In the end, he didn't know if he choked or was moved by his spirit of swallowing such food, but he actually felt like crying. Eat more if it's delicious. Kong Kong put a drumstick into Mu Yu's bowl with a smirk. Mu Yu really wanted to slap this little guy. How dare he add insult to injury at a time like this? He quickly said, "Children are still growing. They need to eat more meat to grow taller." Then, he righteously put the drumstick back into Kong Kong's empty bowl. Senior Mu Yu, after eating this drumstick, we're all on the same side. Meow Meow quickly put the drumstick in her bowl into Mu Yu's bowl. Master is tired. Why don't you give it to him? Mu Yu put the drumstick into Feng Haochen's bowl. Feng Haochen looked at these good children who were giving in to each other. He wasn't angry. He picked up the drumstick and tasted it. Then, he said, "Forget it. I'll cook myself. Stop fooling around. Take the dishes back to the kitchen. Xiong Nan, go start the fire." Yay! Kong Kong and Miao Miao were so excited that they danced. Mu Yu also wanted to high-five them. Later, when he saw Enshu's expressionless face, he forcibly suppressed this impulse and said seriously, "Actually, it's still edible." Both Kong Kong and Miao Miao secretly looked down on Mu Yu. Even Lan Ling curled her lips at Mu Yu. It turned out that Feng Haochen's culinary skills were indeed much better than Enshu's. The dishes looked, smelled, and tasted good. Mu Yu was also amazed. He really didn't expect that the high and mighty sect leader would not put on any airs in this sect. He could even cook himself. This was almost impossible for other sects. A few people who seemed to have never seen the world swept away all the dishes cooked by the sect leader. Only then did they get up to clean up the bowls and chopsticks in satisfaction. Everyone was very self-aware. There was no special servant to serve them. Everything was self-sufficient. They were noisy and full of laughter, just like a big family. In the afternoon, the others disappeared. Feng Haochen didn't tell him what to do. He just asked him to familiarize himself with the environment. From tomorrow onwards, he would be cultivating with them. Kong Kong and Miao Miao were running around. They were too young and didn't need to cultivate. At this time, no one knew where they went. They probably went somewhere to fish for bird eggs. Mu Yu didn't know where to go. He went around to the back of the straw hut where they ate and saw a clear spring. Clean spring water flowed out of the spring, forming a spring mouth below. The water continued to overflow and flowed down to form a pond. Beside the pond was a vegetable garden. There were some fresh vegetables and some immortal herbs beside the garden. Mu Yu touched the immortal herbs and felt that they were completely different from the plants he usually saw. Unfortunately, the immortal herbs seemed to have a resistance against him and didn't allow him to control them. If you want to control these immortal herbs, you'll have to wait until your body cultivates spiritual energy. Feng Haochen was loosening the soil in the vegetable garden. He said without raising his head, "If you want to take a bath, you can take a bath in this pond. The spring water above is for drinking. You can't dirty it. There's a cliff behind it. The scenery there is not bad. You can go and take a look." "Master, do you want me to help you loosen the soil?" Mu Yu asked. Feng Haochen shook his head. "If I want to finish loosening the soil quickly, I can use my sword to control it. It can be done in the blink of an eye. But what's the point? My purpose of growing vegetables is not just to eat, but to do it as a hobby." Mu Yu thought about it. He still couldn't understand his master's state of mind. However, he remembered that night when his master just waved his hand and shattered the surrounding plants. If it was loosening the soil, it wouldn't be a difficult thing. He smiled and walked towards the back of the mountain. This mountain was called Luo Chen Mountain. Behind Luo Chen Mountain was a cliff called Luo Chen Cliff. There was a huge banyan tree on Luo Chen Cliff. It was unknown how many years this banyan tree had been growing for. Its roots were intertwined and its branches were luxuriant. There were also 2 swings hanging on it. It should be where Kong Kong and Miao Miao usually played. Mu Yu stood under the banyan tree. There was a large stone slab under the banyan tree. It could easily fit 5 or 6 people. Mu Yu touched the banyan tree. He felt the vicissitudes of life from the banyan tree. His heart was at peace. He looked into the distance. At the foot of Luo Chen Mountain, there was a huge forest. There were flocks of birds in the forest. It was full of vitality. At the end of the forest, there were a few small villages. He could also vaguely see the scattered farmland. Further away, there was a city. That city was only a vague outline. It was estimated to be a few hundred li away from here. Chapter 20. At night, the stars dotted the sky and the moon hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze blew across Luo Chen Cliff. Everyone from the Luo Chen sect was on Luo Chen Cliff. Night was the time for the sect master to teach the disciples. Rather than teaching, it was more like a heart-to-heart talk. Everyone from the Luo Chen sect would gather here to listen to the sect master's teachings. Under the old banyan tree, Feng Haochen was lying on an armchair and looking into the distance. The village was faintly discernible under the stars. It looked so hazy under the moonlight, serene and tranquil. And Shu sat next to the sect master with a fan in his hand, fanning the sect master. Kong Kong and Miao Miao were swinging on the swing, playing around from time to time. Sometimes, they would swing out of the cliff, but for some reason, no one was worried about their safety. Xiong Nan lay on the stone slab and looked at the stars in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Cheng Yang sat on the edge of the stone slab, his feet dangling in the air as he looked into the distance. Lan Ling lay on the stone slab, her hands supporting her chin as she watched Kong Kong and Miao Miao play on the swing. Mu Yu sat on a branch of the banyan tree. The tree would always be his best friend. He was also paying attention to the two children who were swinging higher and higher, afraid that they would fly out. Master, why do I feel that our sect is different from the other sects? Mu Yu broke the silence. Feng Haochen smiled and asked in return, what do you think of the other sects? Mu Yu thought seriously and said, the other sects have always had a thriving population. I'm afraid there are no less than 800 to 1,000 disciples. Why do we have so few? Better to have nothing than to have something substandard. This is the principle of our sect. Feng Haochen said indifferently, it doesn't matter if our sect is big or not. I've always been 1 in 100 when it comes to accepting disciples. I basically don't accept disciples from the academy. Mu Yu, you're the first. Mu Yu blushed a little. Back then, he had hoped that he wouldn't be chosen by the Falling Dust sect, which was ranked last. Unfortunately, the Falling Dust sect didn't accept any disciples. His master had only appeared in the academy as a formality. If it weren't for that, Mu Yu would probably still be the lowest grade disciple in the academy. Fortunately, he had made the right choice last night. But I don't see how special I am. I'm just the son of a farmer from a small mountain village. I didn't even go to school. Why did you take me in? Xiong Nan scratched his head and asked honestly. Feng Haochen smiled and said, I felt that you had potential, so I took you in. Every one of you has something that I like. In my opinion, talent is secondary, but character is the most important. I don't think any of you will lose to the disciples of other sects. For example, Cheng Yang. If I let you fight against Bai Liang from Qingsong School, what do you think your chances of winning are? Cheng Yang smiled and said, Master, I've only seen him once. I think it would be a draw. Mu Yu's eyes widened. He had naturally heard of Bai Liang. He was a disciple of the world's #1 sect. His cultivation was above the younger generation. However, Mu Yu's eldest senior brother, Cheng Yang, was unknown. He looked younger than Bai Liang, but he didn't feel that he was inferior to him. Could this sect really be a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Mu Yu felt that it was a little unbelievable. If his eldest senior brother was so powerful, why did he enter the Falling Dust sect? With his talent, he should have entered Qingsong School. Mu Yu then remembered that his master had never accepted disciples from the school. If he didn't accept disciples from the school, how did his eldest senior brother come to be? Feng Haochen didn't judge Cheng Yan's words. He continued, Xiong Nan, you're more honest and dumb. You don't know how to talk, and your talent isn't the best. You're easily taken advantage of, gluttonous, and like to sleep. You like to fart, and it's very loud. Kong Kong chimed in. You even snore when you sleep, Miao Miao added. Don't I have any good points? Xiong Nan muttered. Everyone laughed. Xiong Nan blushed, but he wasn't angry. He just chuckled along with everyone else. However, you have a wise mind, which is very rare. You can accurately calculate the gap between yourself and your opponent. You can see your opponent's weakness at a glance, analyze their moves, and end the battle in the simplest way possible. This is your greatest strength. Luckily, you're not lazy, and your cultivation is progressing quickly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your sharp mind, said Feng Haochen. Xiong Nan felt embarrassed again. He mumbled something to himself. No one else heard him, But Mu Yu heard him clearly. You can't be lazy when you meet Shu. Mu Yu felt that he had underestimated Xiong Nan. He didn't know Xiong Nan had such a hidden side to him. Ling is very talented. She has a tough personality, but she's a little naive. She should learn from your eldest senior brother in the future. As for Mu Yu, Feng Haochen paused. Feng Haochen paused, and everyone looked at him. They all wanted to know why their master brought Mu Yu back this time. Mu Yu also wanted to know why his master had accepted him. It seemed a little far-fetched if it was only because of his ability to control wood. He looked at his master expectantly. Was it because of his purple talent? His suitable for cultivation, said Feng Haochen briefly. Everyone was confused. Mu Yu didn't understand either. What did he mean by suitable for cultivation? Which part of the people present wasn't suitable for cultivation? Which disciple in the academy wasn't suitable for cultivation? As long as one was talented, one could cultivate, right? And Shu had been silent. When he saw everyone's confused look, he said, Sect Master, are you saying that Mu Yu is the same as Luo Shong? Cheng Yang and Xiong Nan looked like they had just realized something. At the same time, they looked at Mu Yu in a different light. Lan Linger, on the other hand, let out an inaudible snort, while Mu Yu was even more confused. Just like Luo Shong? Who was Luo Shong? Luo Shong is your second senior brother, said Feng Haochen. Mu Yu still didn't understand. What did it mean that his second senior brother, Luo Shong, whom he had never met before, was as suitable for cultivation as him? Where had this mysterious second senior brother gone to at this moment? Had he gone to pursue his own Dao because he was suitable for cultivation? Master, what about the two of us? What's going on between Sister Miao Miao and me? Kong Kong crawled onto Feng Haochen's lap and asked. It must be because Miao Miao is cute. Little brother Kong Kong, you've benefited from your sister. Miao Miao also crawled onto Feng Haochen's lap. The two of them had always been rude and liked to pull Feng Haochen's beard. Feng Haochen had never been angry. The two of you? I don't know either. I'm a little regretful. Feng Haochen smiled and patted Kong Kong's head. Perhaps it was purely because these two little urchins were cute, or perhaps it was because they were extraordinary. However, Feng Haochen didn't say anything. Mu Yu wanted to ask more about Luo Shong, but unfortunately, Kong Kong and Miao Miao were quarreling again, not giving Mu Yu a chance to do so. It was late at night. Kong Kong and Miao Miao fell asleep on Feng Haochen's lap. Feng Haochen also closed his eyes. Xiong Nan was snoring on the stone slab. And Shu was still fanning Feng Haochen expressionlessly. He didn't stop for the entire night. Cheng Yang sat cross-legged on the stone slab. He breathed in and out and entered a state of cultivation. Lan Ling didn't speak much the entire night. Ever since she heard her master say that Mu Yu was as suitable for cultivation as her second senior brother, her expression had been strange. The way she looked at Mu Yu was also strange. However, Mu Yu didn't notice it. Her mind was in a mess. Her second senior brother was the person she cared about the most. At this moment, her master had found Mu Yu, who was as suitable for cultivation as her second senior brother. Was she trying to fill her second senior brother's position? Mu Yu held a tree branch in his mouth as he looked down at his fellow sect members. This was a sect with very few people. It looked very ordinary, but it was not an ordinary sect. Unlike other sects, the people here were very easygoing. They did not seem like a sect at all. Instead, they seemed like a big family. Chapter 21. There was still a glimmer of light in the early morning sky, but there were already people moving about on Luochen Mountain. They were all sitting cross-legged on the open ground, breathing in and out. Mu Yu and Feng Haochen stood on Luochen Cliff. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a slight chill. This was Mu Yu's first day of cultivation. He only had a vague understanding of the cultivation world. Fate had sent him here, and he accepted it gladly. He was also looking forward to it. Why did you cultivate? Feng Haochen stood under the banyan tree and looked at the morning light. The birds were still chirping, and the tree was swaying in the breeze. Far away, there was a vast expanse of white fog. Why did he cultivate? Muyu had never thought about this question. The village chief wanted him to go to the school because he could become an immortal. He would have limitless glory and learn the skills to fight against the human that he had never seen before. He was a passive cultivator, so he never thought about why he cultivated. Punish evil and promote good. Fight against the human? Muyu wasn't sure himself. The village chief said that the immortal master existed to eliminate the human, but Muyu didn't know what the human looked like. Furthermore, he seemed to be related to the human, so he felt that these words were a little weird. Feng Haochen didn't judge whether Muyu was right or not. He said, everyone's goal of cultivation is different, and everyone's understanding of cultivation is different. There are thousands and thousands of goals for cultivation, for fame, for status, for strength. This is what most people in the cultivation world think. However, cultivation is really about cultivating one's character and returning to one's original self. There are too few people who can do it. The cultivation world isn't as carefree as the mortals think. The cultivation world is filled with intrigue, and it's even more shocking than the conflicts in the mortal world. For a certain magical treasure or technique, one can even betray one's master or ancestor, or even turn against one's brother. Therefore, there are too few people in the cultivation world who can cultivate their character. Muyu's heart moved slightly. The cultivation world was just a group of people who were slightly more powerful than mortals. Even if they had heaven-defying methods, they couldn't avoid the ugly side of human nature. He had always thought that immortals rode the clouds, played tea and discussed Tao, and were existences that stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were indeed immortals, and they were just cultivators. Feng Haochen continued, in the cultivation world, strength is everything. The higher your cultivation, the higher your status. You can trample on others. That's why many cultivators are impatient and impatient. Cultivation is just a name. I don't want you to give up your original goal in order to pursue greater strength. That's why I asked you why you cultivated. I will teach you the mental cultivation method of the Falling Dust sect. The Falling Dust mental cultivation method emphasizes a calm heart and a game of chess within the calmness. Therefore, those who cultivate the Falling Dust mental cultivation method cannot have a utilitarian mindset. Utilitarianism will lead to irritation. If you are unable to calm your heart, you will not be able to cultivate the Falling Dust mental cultivation method well. Muyu listened quietly. After a long time, he asked, is that why our sect is ranked last in the cultivation world? Feng Haochen nodded with a smile. The ranking of the sects is based on a competition between the disciples held every October. This competition is related to the order of the Academy's selection of disciples and the distribution of the spirit or mine. Many disciples would shine brilliantly in this competition and win glory for their own sect. However, I don't think it's necessary to compete for this, so we don't participate every year. It's not that we can't, but we don't want to compete. The Falling Dust mental cultivation method focuses on calming the heart and not competing with others. However, that doesn't mean that we are weak. Follow your heart and fight whenever you feel you can. When fighting with others, you have to calm your heart. Only when your heart is as still as water can you fight with ease. Xiong-Nan's understanding of the Falling Dust mental cultivation method is the most thorough. He has a quick mind and can think of countermeasures in any situation. This is because he can easily reach a state of calmness. Cheng Yang is steady. He handles things calmly and has a deep understanding of the Falling Dust mental cultivation method. Ling Er has strong self-control and can calm her heart very quickly. The three of them will not be at a disadvantage when fighting with disciples from other sects. Feng Haochen stopped and looked at Muyu. After a long time, he said, as for you, due to your control of wood, your understanding of life has its own creation. Life is endless and you can easily calm your heart in the forest. Therefore, you are also suitable to cultivate the Falling Dust mental cultivation method. Muyu was a little surprised because Feng Haochen had seen through his secret. Whether it was in the forest or on the grassland, under the rhythm of the plants, he was able to calm his heart and feel the joy of life. He had never told anyone about this, but his master was able to see through it. His master was truly an extraordinary person. Now, sit cross-legged on the banyan tree and look into the distance. Empty your heart and feel the fluctuations around you. Our world is filled with wonderful spirit energy. If you can touch the spirit energy, you can transform it into your own spirit energy. The falling dust mental cultivation method originated from the Tao of emptiness. The method is born from the heart. Remember this well. Mu sat on the banyan tree. The early morning was the most peaceful time. It was very easy to be without any distractions. This was also the reason why they all woke up early. The falling dust mental cultivation method was the most suitable to cultivate before dawn. When all living things were sleeping and the spirit energy in the early morning began to move, cultivating the falling dust mental cultivation method would allow one to enter a state of selflessness. When the first ray of sunlight shines, it would wash away all the impurities. One's state of mind would no longer be disturbed and would instead be able to make the day more peaceful. Try to seal your sense of hearing and use your heart to feel the sounds around you. Use your heart to imitate the chirping of birds and the chirping of crickets. When you can use your heart to imitate their movements and sounds, you will be able to figure out their next actions. Start with the insects and birds and gradually use it on other people. During a battle, you will be able to predict your opponent's movements. From there, you will be able to grasp the initiative. This is the beginning of the falling dust mental cultivation method. Mu leaned against the ancient banyan tree. His 5 senses sank into the banyan tree. The roots of the banyan tree extended to the crevices of the rocks all over the falling dust cliff. Mu followed the roots of the banyan tree and spread his consciousness throughout the entire falling dust cliff. He saw the grass in the crevices of the rocks in the early morning shaking off the dew on its body. It lifted its leaves up in satisfaction. He saw a stalk of green foxtail swaying in the wind, wanting to shake off the little insects on its body. He saw the budding flowers closing slightly, preparing to welcome the morning sun. The grass and trees were all preparing for a new day. The gentle breeze seemed to have stirred up something. Slowly, Mu actually felt the illusory yet touchable spirit energy rippling between the flowers and the crevices of the rocks. It was so pure and cheerful. Feng Haochen quietly looked at Mu. He was not surprised that Mu could feel the existence of spirit energy. He believed in his own vision and believed in Mu's talent. Many people would need a few days or even a few months to feel the existence of spirit energy. However, Mu was different. He had the talent to control wood and was born with a strong affinity for trees. With the help of the perception of trees, he only needed a little guidance and he would be able to quickly enter the state. Feng Haochen said before that Mu was suitable for cultivation. It was indeed true. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, ushering in a new day. Everything began to awaken, the birds gradually sang, and all sorts of noises began to be heard. However, none of this affected Mu's state of mind. Mu was still immersed in that wonderful and novel world. Under the guidance of his master, he drew the spirit energy into his body. All the meridians in his body were being cleansed and refreshed. When Mu opened his eyes, half the morning had already passed. He stood up and felt refreshed, as if there was something new in his body. However, he could not tell what it was. He looked at his master excitedly and found that his master was also looking at him. From now on, you have to cultivate the falling dust technique every morning. The path of cultivation is valued by perseverance. Feng Haochen did not ask Mu what he had realized. Everything was within his expectations. Mu scratched his head, his stomach growled a few times, then he asked, even when it's raining? Feng Haochen nodded, rain or shine. Rainy days can also test your state of mind. If you can maintain a calm state of mind in the midst of the rain, that would be excellent. Mu secretly made a face. His master's words made sense. However, he planned to find an umbrella to shelter himself from the rain if it was raining. Only when you're in the rain can you have a deeper understanding of calm. Because when the rain falls on your body, it's equivalent to external interference. You have to learn how to calm your heart in the midst of interference. As if he knew what Mu Yu was thinking, Feng Haochen's following words directly cut off Mu Yu's thoughts. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Fine, there was no escape. After you've mastered it, you can go to the waterfall at the foot of the mountain to cultivate. Currently, only Chengyang can listen under the waterfall. Now, I will teach you the falling dust sword technique. All you have to do is remember the moves. Feng Haochen waved his hand and a green flying sword quietly stopped in front of the tree. This is called the Shadow Split Sword. It belongs to you from now on. Chapter 22. The Luo Chen sword art is divided into 9 moves. Each of the 9 moves complemented each other and separated from each other. Each of the 9 moves is extremely profound. Each move has its own specialty. It can advance, retreat, attack, or defend. You only need to remember the 9 sword moves. As for the sword intent within the sword, you will need to slowly explore it. When you have mastered the 9 sword moves to the point of perfection, I believe you will also understand the profound meaning of the Luo Chen sword art. A flying sword had appeared in Feng Haochen's hand out of nowhere. It was an extremely simple flying sword, as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was used to the hardships of the world, yet it was still so extraordinary. The sword in his hand moved with him, and the sword flashed in his floating figure. Every move seemed so natural, as if the sword was a part of his body. It was smooth and unrestrained, and there was a hint of unruliness mixed in his magnanimity, and there was a hint of calmness hidden in his agility. When the person moved, the heart would be calm. When the sword moved, the momentum would be calm. Mental cultivation focused on using calmness to control the situation. The sword principle was to have calmness in the midst of movement. In Mu Yu's eyes, his master's grand movement was something that others could only look at from behind and not dare to recklessly touch. His sword art carried a sword intent, with a hint of calmness in the killing intent. There was only that person and that sword left in the world. The first move of the Luo Chen sword art, flying leaves in the sky, pursuing calmness in the movement. A flying sword swept up a sky full of fallen leaves. The leaves followed the sword, drifting freely. Looking for a quiet spot in the chaotic wind, using calmness to control the situation, the sword aura rose abruptly, like a stone in a dead pond, causing thousands of ripples. The drifting leaves turned into the sword aura, the falling leaves influenced the sword aura attracted the falling leaves, nurturing and supporting each other, accompanying each other. Involuntarily, Mu Yu grasped the sword in front of him. His heart was enlightened, and the sword moved according to his heart. His master's movement technique was constantly evolving in his heart. He chased after that trace of sword intent, wanting to grasp that essence, but he just couldn't grasp it. He kept feeling that something was missing. The 9 simple sword moves were so profound in his eyes. He kept practicing, trying to get closer to his master's sword art, but he always felt that something was missing. Ding! With a soft hum, the tip of Feng Haochen's sword suddenly touched the tip of Mu Yu's sword. A free and unrestrained sword intent came from the tip of Mu Yu's sword. Mu Yu's sword moved along with Feng Haochen's sword. Every time he reached a difficult point, Feng Haochen's sword would lead Mu Yu's sword in another direction at the right time, making the entire set of sword moves smooth and natural. The confusion in Mu Yu's heart gradually disappeared. That faintly discernible sword intent seemed to be right in front of him, and he gradually merged with it. It was a very strange feeling, and Mu Yu was intoxicated. The only thing I can do is to bring you in. The rest will depend on your luck. Feng Haochen had already sheathed his sword and nodded. Mu Yu was able to reach the threshold of the dusk sword technique in such a short period of time. His talent was indeed not bad. Mu Yu opened his eyes and looked at the sword in his hand. His heart was a lot clearer. The dusk sword technique was very profound. His previous sword intent did not even touch the tip of the iceberg, but just this one set of sword technique allowed him to have a deep understanding. Traces of spirit energy also appeared in his body. Although it was very little, it was still a good start. Mu Yu summoned his flying sword again. His feet moved continuously, and his body followed. Dusk sword technique's second style, sweeping qi and falling dust, gathering qi and breaking spirit, qi and spirit returning to dust. Mu Yu tirelessly immersed himself in the sword style. His heart was very calm, like a pool of still water, without any ripples. He chased after that trace of connection, but he was always unable to connect at the crucial points. Master, I keep feeling that I am lacking something. I am unable to reach your casual state. Mu Yu said seriously. Feng Haochen smiled and said, what you are lacking is the dusk steps. Our sect has 3 most important techniques. The Dusk Heart Sutra builds the foundation, the Dusk Sword technique trains the body, and the Dusk Steps molds the body. The Dusk Steps is a sword-style movement technique. Once you understand the sword intent, your body will follow the sword. Only when the sword is compatible with the body, then the sword will be natural. Feng Haochen took a step forward. It was just a simple step, but his figure had already floated up like a feather in the wind, yet also like Mount Tai. As his steps flashed, 8 doors appeared beneath his feet, making it impossible for others to see through him. The profound steps made Mu Yu dazzled, but every step was so clear. Mu Yu took a step forward, but his body was already unstable. He suddenly fell to the ground with a face full of shock. The Dusk Steps does not require spirit energy to learn. In the eyes of mortals, it is a supreme movement technique. Although it is not even 1,000th of what cultivators practice, it is not difficult to fly over roofs and vault over walls. You cannot chase after your master's steps. You are still unable to grasp the changes in them. You need to learn them from the beginning. Mu Yu nodded. He revered the Dusk Steps in his heart. Cultivation is not something that can be done in a day. It requires perseverance. The sun was already high up in the sky. Mu Yu had been practicing the Dusk Sword technique. At the same time, he brought the Dusk Steps into the sword. It was only his first day, but he had already gained a lot. Rumble. Mu Yu's stomach growled. He asked embarrassedly, Master, can we eat now? Feng Haochen then remembered something and said helplessly, I taught you cultivation so early in the morning. I didn't cook breakfast. Those hungry worms are probably sick from waiting. Those hungry worms were not sick from waiting. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Because Enshu saw that the sect leader did not have time to cook, he personally cooked again. He cooked a breakfast that made the hungry worms feel full. Now, everyone was staring at each other. Whoever ate first would have the courage. Aren't you hungry? We are going to cultivate at the waterfall later. If you don't want to eat, you can go and drink some water, Enshu said expressionlessly. He never complained about the food he cooked. In fact, he ate it very happily. Xiongnan made a face and picked up a burnt sweet potato. He touched it lightly, and the outer layer of charcoal crumbled. After peeling off the charcoal, only a thumb-sized piece of meat was left. It did not matter that the sweet potato was burnt. As long as there was meat, it would not taste bad. They only dared to eat this. The few of them stared at the pieces of burnt sweet potato. At this time, eating sweet potato was much more practical than eating Enshu's Chinese cabbage stir-fried vegetables. Master and Mu, you are not back yet. Cheng Yang actually did not want to eat, but because of Enshu's face, he could only set a small example as the eldest disciple. He boldly tasted a mouthful of Chinese cabbage stir-fried vegetables and swallowed it without chewing. If the taste of soil and burnt vegetables stayed in the mouth for too long, it would not feel good for at least 2 hours. Enshu could even make Chinese cabbage stir-fried vegetables into a disaster dish. One could only imagine his culinary skills. We are here. I am starving. I am starving. Mu Yu rushed in. When he saw that the bowl and chopsticks were prepared for him, he was overjoyed. He immediately picked up the vegetables and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he spat out the rice. Is it bad? Enshu looked at Mu Yu meaningfully, causing Mu Yu to shudder. No, it's good. It's very good. Mu Yu felt that this was not a good time to tell the truth. Enshu's stoic face always made Mu Yu uncomfortable. He smiled awkwardly and put the vegetables back into his mouth. While chewing with tears in his eyes, he said, it was too hot just now. It was too hot. The others looked down on Mu Yu for a moment, then hurriedly nodded and praised the food. Enshu's prestige in the sect was second only to the sect master. The sect master was usually amiable and approachable, while Anshu was a very old-fashioned and serious person. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him. Feng Haochen came in after a while. However, when he came in, he carried a plate of appetizing stir-fried meat. This caused the others' eyes to light up. They suddenly felt that their master was the best person in the world. He was simply a living immortal, a bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. Eat. Feng Haochen looked at the group of pitiful children and smiled. Xiong Nan, let's work together to deal with eldest disciple, Lan Ling said. Okay. Xiong Nan nodded. Mu Yu did not understand what this meant. Then, Lan Ling Xiong Nan, and Cheng Yan's chopsticks were already fighting over the plate. They looked as if they had never eaten their fill. Cheng Yang was able to deal with Xiong Nan and Lan Ling with ease, but he already had a lot of meat in his bowl. Mu Yu also wanted to join in, but his chopsticks were bounced away as soon as he reached out. The other three people were all cultivators, so their strength was naturally different. Mu Yu finally understood that in this sect, if one did not have some ability, they would not even be able to eat. Kong Kong and Miao Miao pouted, because they also could not participate in this battle on the dining table. Feng Haochen, on the other hand, calmly reached out his chopsticks and picked up some for Kong Kong and Miao Miao. Then, he considerately picked up some for Kong Kong and Miao Miao. Finally, he put some into his own bowl. The rest was the daily battle between the three of them. Uncle N, on the other hand, was calmly eating his own dishes, allowing them to fight as they pleased. Chapter 23. Cultivators didn't have a strong concept of time, so when Mu Yu realized that he had unknowingly stayed in the falling dust sect for 2 years, he couldn't help but lament the passing of time. In these 2 years, Mu Yu had changed a lot. He was no longer the ignorant child who knew nothing about the world of cultivation. In the world of cultivators, cultivation was divided into stages, and each stage was divided into 9 levels. Cultivators drew spiritual energy into their bodies and refined their muscles and bones. This was called the Qi refining stage. Being able to sense the existence of spiritual energy in the world was called the first level of Qi refining. When the spiritual energy in the body gradually condensed and entered the 9th level of Qi refining, after a certain breakthrough, one could enter the foundation establishment stage. Only in the foundation establishment stage could one be considered a true cultivator. Cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could fly on their swords and convert the spiritual energy in the outside world into their own spiritual energy. The difference between the foundation establishment stage and the Qi refining stage wasn't just one stage. In the foundation establishment stage, one could convert the formless spiritual energy into a tangible form and produce great destructive power. This was the difference between the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. In the 9th level of foundation establishment, the spiritual energy in the body was already condensed and spread through all the meridians in the body. If all this condensed spiritual energy was gathered in the Dantian, one could form a core and enter the Jindan stage. However, forming a core was a difficult step for many people. If one couldn't perfectly control the spiritual energy in their body, they wouldn't be able to form a core. This was also the reason why many cultivators remained in the foundation establishment stage and couldn't enter the Jindan stage. Feng Haochen had said that Mu Yu was suited for cultivation, and his opinion was correct. Mu Yu had entered the foundation establishment stage in 2 years. His progress was astonishing, but in this poor sect, Mu Yu's progress didn't attract much envy. This was because Mu Yu wasn't the only one with outstanding talent. Whether it was Xiong Nan, Lan Ling or eldest senior brother Cheng Yang, whom Mu Yu couldn't see through, their cultivation levels were all higher than Mu Yu's. There was a waterfall at the foot of Falling Dust Mountain. Water poured down from the top of the mountain endlessly, creating splashes. There was a pond under the waterfall. There was a huge rock in the middle of the pond. Mu Yu was sitting cross-legged on the rock. The sound of the splashing water was deafening. Mu Yu sat quietly, seeking a trace of tranquility in the sound of the splashing water. This was the best place to cultivate the Falling Dust Sutra. A subtle sound of something breaking through the air came from an unknown place. It was so small amidst the splashes that no one would notice it. It was a stone that shot out from behind the waterfall and smashed towards Muyu's back. Muyu didn't even move. A wave of spiritual energy gushed out from his back and effortlessly bounced the stone away. However, even more pebbles shot towards Muyu from all directions. Muyu brought his palms together and waves of energy ripples spread out from his body to block off all the pebbles. This is the third time today. With the skills of the two of you, who do you think you can sneak attack? Muyu opened his eyes and chuckled as he flicked a wave of spiritual energy towards the water. A water arrow shot out from the water and rushed towards a tree beside the waterfall. With a strange cry, Kong Kong jumped down from the tree. It's all Meow Meow's fault. We said we'd attack together, but we had to alert the enemy. Kong Kong clapped his hands and then jumped. His feet stepped on the water's surface, and with a few light touches, he somersaulted and landed steadily on the rock beside Muyu. Bah, it's obvious that you're too slow. You still have the nerve to say that. I'm so unlucky to have a younger brother like you. Meow Meow's nimble figure also landed on another rock. I'm also very helpless to have a younger sister like you. Kong Kong sat down and then stretched his legs out to swing in the water. Muyu was not angry. He was already used to this kind of scene. In the past 2 years, every time he cultivated the falling dust cultivation method, these two fellows would always go around causing trouble. If they weren't throwing stones, they would be fighting on the side. Their actions were to affect other people's cultivation. The main point was that they had the permission of their master. Because the falling dust cultivation method required one to be calm in the midst of chaos, these two children who were not cultivating were creating chaos. The falling dust cultivation method required one to be calm. It required one to be able to cultivate without distractions. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, one's heart would still be as calm as water. Thus, this could be considered a test. The difference between the falling dust cultivation method and other cultivation methods was that it required a person with a firm mind to cultivate. People who were easily disturbed by the outside world would not be able to cultivate it. Feng Haochen naturally took this into consideration when he chose his disciples. He was not worried that these two little troublemakers would cause any harm to others. If they couldn't even handle this small disturbance, then they were indeed not suitable to cultivate the falling dust cultivation method. You two have learned the falling dust steps pretty well. You came within 20 meters of me and I didn't even notice. Muyu laughed. These two little fellows had finally put on their pants, but they were still wearing their doo-doo. They did not have any cultivation, so when their master taught them the falling dust steps, the two of them were able to learn it with ease. With the falling dust steps, even if they did not know how to fly like Muyu and the others, it was enough for them to leap over roofs and vault over walls. Kong Kong proudly nodded his head. How can my falling dust steps be compared to Meow Meow's light body technique? I came within 19 meters of her just now. Ordinary people could cultivate the falling dust steps. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was just a basic light body technique. However, the falling dust steps combined with the 9 forms of falling dust could create an extraordinary power. The falling dust steps was specially created for the falling dust sword technique. When using the falling dust steps and the 9 forms of falling dust, one's movements would be nimble and unpredictable. It would also be able to display the sword's power to the extreme. Senior brother Muyu, this younger brother of mine is thick-skinned. Please don't take offense. Meow Meow cupped her hands and washed her face. Then, she shook her head. Her 2 adorable soaring maces also swayed left and right. Muyu, can you take me flying? Kong Kong said with a mischievous smile. Sure, I'll take you to a height of 30 meters to pick the moon. When Muyu said this, he did not blush at all. He was a bit afraid of heights. This was something that everyone knew. When Muyu was learning how to fly on his sword, he could not fly more than 10 meters even if he was beaten to death. Because of this, these 2 idlers teased him every day. Every time he flew on his sword, these 2 fellows would blindly jeer from below. Fortunately, Muyu was a very casual person. He was not goaded and was not afraid of their teasing. Now, he could already fly 30 meters in the air without his face turning white and his heart not beating fast. This could be considered a huge improvement. But our falling dust mountain is a few hundred meters high. How can you not be afraid of the scenery at Falling Dust Cliff every day? Meow Meow also laughed. Clearly, the two of them felt that a cultivator who was afraid of heights was very funny. It's because it's high. I can't see the bottom of Falling Dust Cliff. What's there to be afraid of in the distance? Muyu said indifferently. Oh, that's right. And Shu said that you will be practicing at a height of 35 meters. Is it very challenging? Kong Kong asked while touching his head. Muyu finally made a bitter face. Whether it was the Falling Dust Sutra, the Falling Dust Sword Art, or the Falling Dust Footwork, he had mastered the essence of each of them. Only the most basic of cultivators, the riding sword flight, felt like it was taking his life every time. The first thing he did when he returned to the ground was to collapse on the ground and gasp for breath. He trusted the solid ground more and did not like flying at all. Pa! A stone accurately hit Muyu's head. Muyu shrunk his head in pain and turned his head. He saw Xiong Nan sitting in the air with a flying sword under his butt. Occasionally, he would throw a few stones into the air and grin on his face. Xiong Nan was smiling innocently and honestly. Shameless, senior brother. Muyu muttered. In this sect, you must always be vigilant when practicing the Falling Dust Sutra. Because everyone was not practicing in the same place, if you were tired of practicing, you would disturb others. Just like Kong Kong and Meow Meow, you would create trouble for others. Calm in the midst of chaos. Muyu, you're still distracted, Xiong Nan said honestly. Look, Xiong Nan has more ideas than we do. Kong Kong and Meow Meow clapped their hands proudly. The two of them laughed happily. Muyu understood that Kong Kong and Meow Meow were here to make up the numbers and attract attention. The most important thing was Xiong Nan's attack. Needless to say, Xiong Nan was the one who came up with the idea. Although Xiong Nan was honest, he was the quickest person in the sect. Kong Kong and Meow Meow had come to disturb Muyu twice in the morning and failed, so they must have asked Xiong Nan to join them. It's a pity that we failed to disturb senior brother 9 times in the morning. Meow Meow said gloomily. With senior brother's cultivation, how could the two of you affect his state of mind? Muyu shook his head. He would occasionally disturb Chengyang, but all of his attempts ended in failure. Even he could not do it, let alone Kong Kong and Meow Meow who had no cultivation. Why don't the 4 of us work together? If we can make senior brother open his eyes, we will win. Kong Kong suggested. Chengyan's cultivation was unfathomable. He was second only to Enshu and their master. Chengyang was already used to being disturbed by Kong Kong and Meow Meow. Unfortunately, Kong Kong and Meow Meow did not even have the ability to make him open his eyes. They could not even get close to him, let alone disturb him. Okay. Senior brother is now cultivating at Falling Dust Cliff. Let's go make it more difficult for him. Meow Meow clapped her hands. Muyu also agreed. It was very difficult to disturb senior brother's state of mind. Perhaps only by working together would they have a chance to make senior brother stop cultivating. Chapter 24. To deal with Chengyang, the method he used to deal with Muyu wouldn't work. This was because Chengyang wouldn't talk to Kong Kong and Meow Meow when he was cultivating, so he couldn't be distracted. Chengyang would set up a spiritual energy barrier around himself, isolating himself from the outside world. It was more than enough to deal with Kong Kong and Meow Meow. Even Xiong Nan couldn't break this spiritual energy barrier, which made it much more difficult. Kong Kong and Meow Meow jumped onto Xiong Nan's flying sword. Naturally, they let Xiong Nan carry them up vertically. Muyu was determined to fly along the mountain path. Although it was a little slow, it was steady. Although the straight line between the two was the shortest, Muyu always comforted himself that he could enjoy more scenery by flying in a straight line. In fact, it was okay to enjoy the scenery once or twice, but it would also cause visual fatigue if he looked at it too much. He waved his shadow sword out of his sleeve, then stood on it. With a thought, the flying sword began to slowly rise into the air. World in the Sleeve, an essential spell for cultivators. It used one's spiritual energy as a medium to imprison items in one's sleeve. This was a very basic spatial array that could be used to store cultivators' magic treasures and the like. Generally, as long as one reached the foundation establishment stage, they could master this spell. Mu Yu sat on his sword and flew around the mountain path quickly. He didn't look at the scenery below. Although he said he was enjoying the scenery, he didn't really look at it seriously. When he flew halfway up the mountain, he saw Lan Ling breathing and concentrating on cultivating on a stone halfway up the mountain. Lan Ling had grown a lot in the past 2 years. Her figure was graceful and beautiful. When Mu Yu first came, she was dissatisfied with Mu Yu because of his second senior brother. In the past 2 years, she didn't like Mu Yu and always liked to pick on Mu Yu's shortcomings. For example, she often laughed at Mu Yu's fear of heights. Mu Yu felt that a large part of the reason why Lan Ling didn't like him was that his master often said that he was as suitable for cultivation as his second senior brother, or even better. Second senior brother had a high position in Lan Ling's heart because they had relied on each other since they were young and had a deep relationship. In Lan Ling's eyes, second senior brother was 1 in a million. What was Mu Yu, who came late, worth? Lan Ling had been holding on to Mu Yu's fear of heights because her beloved second senior brother didn't have any fear of heights. This was also a reason why Lan's status with her second senior brother, proving that Mu Yu couldn't be compared with second senior brother with him. As for this second senior brother Luo Shong, Mu Yu had been here for 2 years, but he didn't know where he had gone. The others were all silent. Xiong Nan once told him that one day, second senior brother said that he wanted to go out for a walk. Then he went down the mountain and never came back. The only thing Mu Yu was sure of was that Luo Shong was a missing person. Mu Yu didn't know the reason for his disappearance. Mu Yu casually guessed that he might have been abducted and sold to a mine to dig spirit stones. Lan Ling often harassed Mu Yu when he was cultivating. She wasn't like Kong Kong and Miao Miao. Her harassment had an impact on Mu Yu. Once Mu Yu was affected, she would overbearingly mock Mu Yu, saying that this level of harassment was useless against her second senior brother. Then she would make a few snide remarks about Mu Yu's fear of heights, and finally, she would walk away with satisfaction. Mu Yu was also very helpless. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with Lan Ling. In fact, he always felt that he didn't do anything wrong. It was all because others said that his talent was better than Luo Shong's. He was just passively taking a beating. He often heard from Lan Ling that Luo Shong was good or bad, which made Mu Yu feel more and more disgusted with this second senior brother. After all, if it wasn't for this second senior brother who disappeared, he and Lan Ling should have gotten along well. However, Mu Yu wasn't easy to deal with. He would also cause trouble for Lan Ling and his methods were much simpler. I told you that Luo Shong can't compare to me at all. Master said that my talent is better than Luo Shong's, so it makes sense. Mu Yu deliberately walked to a crooked tree next to Lan Ling and leaned against the trunk. He then raised his voice and shook his head. Bah, shameless. You don't even deserve to carry second senior brother's shoes. Lan Ling opened her eyes, flicked her hair, and angrily shouted at Mu Yu. Tried and true. This second senior brother had become Lan Ling's weakness, and it was easy for him to affect her state of mind. Every time Mu Yu said something bad about Luo Shong, Lan Ling would angrily refute. Ling look, you're distracted again. This is not good. When will you be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the falling dust cultivation method like this? Mu Yu touched his forehead and said bitterly. The falling dust cultivation method was divided into 9 levels. Its cultivation relied on one's state of mind and perception, and had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Mu Yu had already cultivated to the 3rd level, but Lan Ling was still at the 2nd level. Master said that she had an obsession in her heart, which was why she was stagnant. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have already entered the Jindan period. Although Mu Yu had cultivated to the 3rd level, his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. The main reason was that the cultivation time was too short. Lan Ling glared at Mu Yu. It's none of your business. Mu Yu didn't care about Lan Ling-er's hostility. In the entire sect, he was the only one who dared to make fun of his second senior brother. No one else dared to speak ill of Luo Shong in front of Lan Ling-er. Luo Shong had become a barrier between the two of them. Lan Ling-er would only talk to Mu Yu when it came to Luo Shong. At other times, she was too lazy to pay attention to Mu Yu. Therefore, when the two of them opened their mouths, they would usually argue about Luo Shong and then leave on bad terms. Ling-er, who do you think is more powerful between Luo Shong and senior brother Chengyang? Mu Yu touched the wildflowers on the side of the road. They were full of vitality and were thriving. The exuberant plants were full of pleasant vitality. He liked plants very much. No matter who is more powerful between the two of them, they are still more powerful than you. Lan Ling-er snorted and adjusted her position. With her back facing Mu Yu, she continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Mu Yu didn't care about Lan Ling-er's words. In fact, he also thought that his eldest senior brother's talent shouldn't be worse than his. However, no matter how he thought about his second senior brother, he just didn't like it. He had never seen his second senior brother, so in his mind, his second senior brother was portrayed by him as a person with protruding eyes, a slanted nose, and buck teeth. Perhaps he was even missing an eyebrow. We are going to find trouble with eldest senior brother. Are you coming? Mu Yu asked casually. Lan Ling-er didn't answer. She didn't want to talk nonsense with Mu Yu. Mu Yu shrugged and said indifferently, Kong Kong said that they are going to use the same method to deal with Luo Shong last time to deal with eldest senior brother. After all, that method was used to deal with Luo Shong last time. However, I think this method can only be used to deal with second senior brother. It won't work on eldest senior brother. Mu Yu continued to fly up the mountain road. These words were naturally made up by Mu Yu. He didn't even know when Luo Shong was abducted and sold. The others also didn't mention anything about second senior brother. It was just that Mu Yu was compared to Luo Shong every time, and Ling-er was jealous of him every time, so he also wanted to dampen Lan Ling-er's spirit. Second senior brother isn't afraid of heights. People who don't have the ability will only fly along the mountain road. Let me tell you how second senior brother went to Luo Chen Cliff. Lan Ling-er opened her eyes. She had already stepped on her red flying sword and flew straight into the air. When she was outside, she even made a provocative gesture towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu tilted his head and looked at Lan Ling-er. When Lan Ling-er disappeared, he directly plunged into the trees beside him and disappeared on the mountain road. Chapter 25. The old banyan tree on Luo Chen Cliff flourished all year round. It had never withered. Mu Yu knew that the banyan tree had existed for more than 200 years. It was quiet and weathered, as if it had seen through the conflicts of the world. It was easy to calm down and cultivate here. Chengyang was sitting under the banyan tree. In the past 2 years, Chengyang had become more mature and steady. His aura was restrained, and he still looked like a scholar. Mu Yu didn't know what cultivation level Chengyang was at now. He only knew that Chengyang had the strength of the Jindan period. Perhaps only his master and Chengyang knew the specifics. Xiongnan and the other 2 idling kids were discussing in full swing. Clearly, they had arrived a long time ago and should have already made a move. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Mu Yu slowly came out of the woods and looked at the sky with a smile. After a while, Lan Ling-er's figure appeared in front of him. Ling-er, why are you so slow? Mu Yu said loudly. He had merged with the tree and walked much faster than flying. Therefore, he had arrived earlier than Ling-er. Lan Ling-er was a little shocked. She frowned. This was obviously impossible. How could flying along the mountain path be faster than flying vertically? The others didn't know that Mu Yu had the ability to merge with trees. Only Feng Haochen and the village chief knew about this ability. Mu Yu didn't want to show off too much, but it was good to secretly use it once in a while. It seems that flying vertically isn't the only way to be faster. Mu Yu winked at Lan Ling-er and ran toward Xiongnan and the others with a smile. Lan Ling-er snorted and ignored Mu Yu. She also walked over. How's eldest senior brother? Mu Yu asked Xiong Nan curiously. Just as Xiong Nan was about to answer, a flying sword suddenly flew towards him. Xiong Nan jumped back nimbly and rolled his eyes. It turned out that eldest senior brother had already finished his cultivation and did not give them a chance to cause trouble. Looks like you guys are very free. Cheng Yang had disappeared at some point and was now standing behind them. His flying sword flew past where Xiong Nan had been standing and headed straight for Mu Yu. Mu Yu's flying sword responded and blocked Cheng Yan's flying sword. Cheng Yan's flying sword made a turn and rushed towards Lan Ling-er. Lan Ling-er dodged and her flying sword was already out of its sheath. Since all of you are so free, let me see how your swordsmanship is progressing. Cheng Yan's flying sword did not stop at all. On the contrary, one of his flying swords suddenly transformed into 5 flying swords, and each of them flew towards the 5 troublemakers. Ah! Eldest senior brother is being murdered. Kong Kong Meow Meow and Kong Kong Meow Meow screamed. Cheng Yan's sword flew behind them and slapped their buttocks, causing them to jump up and wail. Compared to Kong Kong Meow Meow's sword momentum, Cheng Yan's flying sword was not so polite to the others. Although there was no murderous intent, the others did not dare to underestimate the oppressive sword moves. They all waved their own flying swords to parry. Mu Yu was also quite helpless. They were only here to cause trouble, but they did not expect to accompany eldest senior brother to practice. Eldest senior brother was now an expert during the Jindan period. His sword chi was not something that Mu Yu could withstand. If eldest senior brother did not deliberately suppress his sword chi, it would have been over in 1 round. The falling dust swordsmanship has 9 forms, and each form has 9 moves. I will stop if you can withstand 30 moves. Cheng Yang stood in place. His body did not move. His falling dust cultivation method had been cultivated to a realm where he could control his sword according to his heart's desire. With just a thought, he could control the flying sword. Mu Yu calmly looked at the flying sword that was speeding towards him. Eldest senior brother's sword move had a trace of sharpness in it. Although Mu Yu was only facing eldest senior brother's sword move, the sword move could change into various moves at any time, catching people off guard. Therefore, he had to be extra careful. Mu Yu did not panic. The falling dust cultivation method cultivated the state of mind. Even in the face of various sudden situations, one must be able to remain calm in the face of danger. His shadow-splitting sword followed him like a shadow. With one sword, he met eldest senior brother's flying sword head-on. However, when eldest senior brother's flying sword came into contact with Mu Yu's shadow clone sword, its momentum instantly dissipated. The flying sword coiled around Mu Yu's flying sword like a serpent, avoiding the obstruction of the shadow clone sword and directly attacking Mu Yu. Mu Yu's fingertip that was holding the flying sword trembled. A second flying sword appeared and deflected eldest senior brother's flying sword. At the same time, Mu Yu's left hand swung out. His left hand was already holding another shadow clone sword. 3 flying swords left his hand at the same time and swept towards eldest senior brother's flying sword. In just an instant, Mu Yu's flying sword and Cheng Yan's flying sword had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Mu Yu did not show any signs of being defeated, while Kong Kong Meow Meow and Kong Kong Meow Meow were covering their butts and jumping around the cliff. Because the 2 of them were naughty all day long, they had cultivated the falling dust movement technique very well. However, under eldest senior brother's flying sword, they did not have any ability to fight back and could only run for their lives. Mu Yu, your falling dust cultivation method has improved greatly. Very good. Cheng Yang was a little surprised. Mu Yu's performance surprised him, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. The falling dust cultivation method was actually known as the falling dust 9 apertures cultivation method. The 9 apertures cultivation method was to split one's heart into 9 uses and control 9 flying swords at the same time. Each flying sword was closely related but also independent. It was as if 9 people were fighting one person at the same time. This was the power of the falling dust sword technique. However, controlling 9 flying swords at the same time was very taxing on one's mind, so unless it was necessary, One would not casually try to control 9 flying swords at the same time. Generally speaking, a foundation establishment cultivator could control 2 flying swords at most. However, Mu Yu was able to control 3 flying swords, which was very rare. After 29 moves, Xiongnan lost control of his flying sword and was firmly restrained by Chengyan's flying sword. Lanling was also defeated after 28 moves. The two of them could only control 2 flying swords at most. Once they controlled one more, they would quickly exhaust their spirit qi, which was very taxing on their minds. Only Mu Yu was able to control 3 flying swords with ease. As Chengyang pulled back the other flying swords, he focused all of his sword force on Mu Yu. Mu Yu also began to have difficulty moving. He had a headache and complained that Ling and Xiongnan were not doing their best. He could only desperately dodge. Eldest senior brother, it's been 30 moves. Mu Yu cried out. After all, Chengyang was in the Jindan period. He had been suppressing his sword force so that it could be withstood by a foundation establishment cultivator. However, when he focused on Mu Yu alone, there was no need for him to be distracted. Naturally, the pressure was much greater. In the end, Mu Yu could not take it anymore. He lost control of his shadow clone sword and was beaten back to its original form by Chengyang. Like Xiongnan, the other troublemakers sat on the ground. 32 moves. Not bad. Chengyan's flying swords had disappeared. He looked at his junior brothers and sisters with a smile, especially at Mu Yu. Mu Yu was too lazy to answer. He was already exhausted. He felt that he should not have listened to Kong Kong and Miao Miao. Why did he come to eldest senior brother's place and ask for trouble? He might as well find a place to sleep comfortably. Kong Kong and Miao Miao also collapsed beside Mu Yu, panting. However, Mu Yu knew that eldest senior brother did not teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would have been captured in one move. As for why Xiongnan and Lanling who had higher cultivation levels than Mu Yu, could not withstand Mu Yu's attacks before he did, it was mainly because their understanding of sword techniques was not as deep as Mu Yu's. Chengyang only attacked to test their sword techniques. He did not let them use their spiritual energy to fight. If they really fought, Mu Yu would not be a match for them. We can go down the mountain tomorrow. What are your plans? Chengyang asked as he withdrew his sword and sat on a rock. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.